Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. And I will start with the roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
You just read it. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Plaquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay, all right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the July 4th and 5th, 2023 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 9.1, the 2030 Commonwealth Games bid update attachment 2, 9.3 private partnership update, and item 10, 10.1 safe and inclusive public spaces. With replacement reports or attachments for item 7.6, 2023 Council and Committee calendar change, attachments 1 and 2, and deletion of item 7.4, Rapid Housing Initiative recommendations and updates.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
I'm yes. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the following meetings: the June 6th, 2023 City Manager and City Auditor Performance Evaluation Committee, the June 12th, 2023 City Council Public Hearing, the June 13th, 14th, 2023 City Council Meeting, and the June 26th, 2023 City Council Public Hearing.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Stevenson. Any errors or omissions in the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I do apologize, but we had an item that came into us over the weekend, item 9.10, intergovernmental update, verbal update. If that could also be added to the agenda, and it would be in private, subject to sections 21 and 24.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote to add that 9.10, right?
That's correct. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. We have number of protocol items. I will start with Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. Good morning. Today, I am pleased to recognize the hard work and tireless efforts of two important organizations within our community, the Al Rashid Mosque and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The Al Rashid Mosque was opened in Edmonton in 1938 and became the first mosque in Canada. After decades as a pillar in the community, the mosque worked with the Alberta Muslim Public Affairs Council to open its doors to people experiencing homelessness during an extreme cold snap in February 2019. Since that time, they have been a critical partner during extreme weather activations and have welcomed hundreds of people during these weather emergencies. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, another pillar in our Edmonton landscape, has offered its assistance in emergent health crises impacting many people in the community, in particular our houseless neighbors. During last fall's Shigella outbreak, the church's donations helped provide hygiene assets, specifically laundry facilities, for vulnerable community members when they needed them the most. I would like to take this opportunity to thank some of the members of the Al Rashid Mosque and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. When I call your name, please stand if you are here with us in council chambers. Salwa Kardi, Chitra Ahmed, Khalid Amin, Awald Monsi, Monshi, Elder Robert Mendalhal, Francesco Museico, Sarah Museico, David Reeve. Oh, stay standing, please. If I called your name, stay standing. Sorry, I was reading names, I didn't notice. And Chantel McCullen. On behalf of council, I would like to thank you for your commitment to supporting all of our community, particularly those who need help most during these difficult times.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your service and dedication to Edmonton. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I have a few protocol items as well, and I will start with the first one. Today, I am pleased to recognize the artists who contributed to the YEG Dignity mural, led by lead artist Carla Ray Taylor. The YEG Dignity mural is a collaboration between the John Humphrey Center for Peace and Human Rights and the City of Edmonton. The 127-foot permanent art installation brings vibrancy and beauty to our public spaces and can be enjoyed by all Edmontonians who pass through the Churchill LRT Pedway. If you haven't been there, please do go check it out. Each panel was painted by a unique artist of different backgrounds, highlighting what our earth as mother means to each artist and their cultural and heritage perspective. I want to take this moment to reflect on the vast diversity in our community and the importance of showing support for inclusivity. This project is an exciting step forward that complements the many efforts underway to show everyone our vibrant and welcoming downtown. On behalf of City Council, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the artists on how beautiful and impressive this mural is and to congratulate you on a job well done. It is wonderful that your vision and the stories your art brings to life will be shared with others for years to come. When I call your name, please stand if you're here with us in council chambers. Carla Ray Taylor, Ellison Ochoa, Ellie Palouf, Noor Iman Salhan, Olivia Samarchiku, Jordan Varney, Dallas Dunstan, Macha Abdullah, Long Lee, June Lawrence, Roger Garcia, Natasha Martin, Mason York, Saul Art, Vanessa Kruna, Arthur Mathias, Alishaba Humion, here you go, and Sarah Asif. Thank you so much for giving us that beautiful mural in the Churchill Square. I felt so honored that I was able to join you for the launch, and thank you so much for your dedication and all the work that you have done. And Carla, thank you so much for your leadership in making this a reality. Did I miss anyone? There's two people in the front who are sitting. Are you part of the group or? Okay, and, oh, you're here to support someone. Okay, that is so cool. All right. You can sit down. Next one is air quality health indicator lamp. This morning, I would like to acknowledge the great work of Open City and Technology and Environment and Climate Resilience employees for their excellent work to reactivate the city's air quality health indicator artistic lamp. Last December, the Open City and Technology branch hosted an employee innovation event, and a team of their employees developed a new computer code that connected air quality data to a smart LED light bulb, giving a visual indicator of the outside air quality. This new code enabled the Environment and Climate Resilient Group to relaunch an art piece originally created by local artist Dino Toymaker in 2018. On June 7th, during Clean Air Day, a formal event was held to reactivate the lamp. The lamp will be placed beside the service desk at City Hall, facing the fountains, providing a visual indicator of the air quality to everyone who passes by. Even better, the new code will be made available for free via a guide on edmonton.ca, letting everyone create their own lamp. This is a wonderful example of teamwork and innovation as we work toward a greener city with clean air for all. As I call your name, please stand if you're here with us. Zachary Taschuk. Felicia Lee. Christina Laxon. Roddy Potter. Matthew Raven. Nobody's here so far. Okay, Daryl Croft. Chandra Tomaras. There you go, Chandra. Nice to see you. Y.C. Ramirez. Ramirez, yeah. Karen Young. There you go. Adam Holmes. Jim Stang. Heather Willaker. Here you go. On behalf of City Council, thank you for your great work, and thank you for fostering innovation and using that innovation to give tools to Edmontonians. They can actually see what the air quality is and hopefully take their own actions to improve their air quality. Thank you so much for your work. And the last one, to the people we love so much, because they bring all the money, they collect all the money from you. That is the City of Edmonton Text Communications Video receives IABC Capital Award. All right. On behalf of City Council, I would like to offer my congratulations to our City Text Communications team for their excellence in text communications. These teams developed a video that explains how the city arrives at each property owner's tax bill. The video has proven to be a highly successful way to educate Edmontonians and others about how property taxes work, which is very complicated, actually. It has now been viewed by more than 1.1 million times on YouTube, making it the most popular video on the City of Edmonton's channel to date. That is very impressive, 1.1 million times. Yeah. This may be one of the only times where taxes are actually popular. Yeah, right. This video has been used by the Alberta Assessors Association, the International Property Tax Institute, and others. Its success has received a lot of attention. So much so that it was recently recognized by the International Association of Business Communicators Communications with a Capital Award. If you haven't yet had the chance, I encourage you to visit the city YouTube channel and give it a watch. This video is part of the much larger effort by the city to help Edmontonians understand how their property taxes are calculated and the value they receive for those taxes, which help us to fund 70 programs and services. I would like to take this opportunity to thank some of the city staff who have been involved in this process. When I call your name, please stand if you're here with us in council chambers. Matt Pretty, Morgan Davis, Lindsay Zorman, Stephen Ayaro, I hope I got that right, Lero, Caris, Anton Sazabo, very popular and famous guy, Diane Sargent, and their branch manager, Kate Watt. Please join me in recognizing the team. Thank you for your help in helping make this possible. I hope that 1.1 million views will reduce some of the calls to our offices, right? So thank you so much. It's so important work that Edmontonians get to learn how the taxes are calculated and the value that they receive for the taxes that they pay to their local government. So with that concludes the protocol items. You're welcome to stick around as long as you want, if you want to watch the boring work that we do. But if you feel like leaving, you are welcome to leave as well. Yeah. Select items for debate. All right. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I have quite a few, but just happy to select some that I think have to be selected. So I'll select 7.1 and 7.2, I believe, are cross-referenced. 7.3. Okay, 7.3.
7.3.
7.6.
Yep.
9.2.
Just hold on.
Sorry.
9.2. Okay.
9.3. 9.4. 9.8.
9.4. 9.8. Okay.
And 9.10.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford. Oh, good. Okay. Councillor Wright.
7-7 for voting, and just to quickly speak to it.
7.7. Okay. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will select 9.1.
9.1. Okay. Okay.
Yes, that's it.
All right. Councillor Rice.
I would like to select 7.5.
7.5. Okay.
That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll quickly go through the items selected. 7.1. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Rutherford, did you miss something? Okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was waiting to see if someone else had selected. I'm going to select 7.9 for voting purposes only.
7.9, voting purposes. Okay. Okay. Okay, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4 is deleted, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 7.9, 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.8, 9.10, got it, and 7.7 and 7.9 are selected for voting purposes only. Okay, all right, so who's going to move the balance?
So moved.
Councillor
Second.
Knack, Councillor Rutherford second, please vote.
I'm yes. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We're just sending the vote out now. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Request to speak, none.
Mayor Sohi, would you like me to read out what council's
Oh, yes,
accomplished
please.
this
Yeah,
morning?
yeah,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
so much.
Yeah.
So item 5.1, the Edmonton Police Services funding formula will be coming back to City Council on August 22nd.
Yeah.
Council has also approved the Executive Committee Report 7.8, Twilliger Drive Stage 2 Expansion, EIA and Site Location Study Amendment. With the in-private reports, council has also approved the City of Edmonton Youth Council 2023 appointment recommendations. 9.6, the Edmonton Downtown Business Association update. 9.8, the Edmonton Regional Airports Authority membership report.
9.7.
Sorry, 9.7, my apologies. 9.9, the Audit Committee Public Members membership update.
Got it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, request to speak, none. Request of specific time on agenda, none. And, sorry. Votes on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cardwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move first reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4.
Second.
Thanks by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Got all the votes?
No, I do not. We're just waiting for one more. Councillor Jones?
I'm a yes. It says it's in.
Thank you. We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 8.4.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of item 8.4.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20511.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any councillor inquiries? Seeing none? Okay. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request for reschedule has been already approved. Okay. Okay. Or, yep. Yeah, I'm just looking at time specifics. None, there's one at 3:45 other than that. Okay, let's start the next day. Okay, at this time, is it okay with colleagues to bring forward some of the items that are only selected for voting purposes? If somebody could move that we bring forward 7.7,
So moved.
that's, okay, and
Second.
we, speaking and voting, okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, 7.7 is, this was at Community and Public Services Committee. I will go to Councillor Principe to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this was a very unique situation that we have here today. At Community and Public Services Committee meeting, committee moved that that council, I just want to read it correctly. Recommend to City Council that the June 19th, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 01602 be received for information only. So this was just a recommendation to receive for information only, to give Councillor Wright the opportunity to vote on it, since she was the councillor who created the motion to bring this report to council. So we just wanted to give her the opportunity to vote on it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe. This needs to be moved, so someone can move that, please. Yeah.
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Someone speak. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, and thank you to CPSC for allowing this item to come forward so I can vote on it. I don't feel that I can vote for receiving for information because I think the information that's been provided is incomplete. Past engagement and surveys and whatnot, I don't think took into account the demographics of those that frequent the establishments. I don't think it took into account the making it a more inclusive city for those that do frequent these establishments, and I don't think it also took into account the economic impacts. When the shisha lounges were first banned, the industry was sent out to go out and do some work to mitigate the risks, and they provided that information to our administration, but there was no further analysis done on that. I recognize the risks of any type of consumption of inhalants and that, but they weren't asked to eliminate all risks, they were asked to mitigate the risks, and I think they've done that. They've done that in excess of some other locations that do still allow smoking, even though they are on reserve. What was provided did mitigate the risks, and I feel that the industry met that. So that's why I can't vote in favor of receiving for information. Like I said, I don't think all the information was complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
So taken?
Yeah. You know, I missed the discussion at the committee, but during the election, I engaged with the number of community members from cultural communities for them Shisha is a cultural practice, and they were very disappointed with the council's previous decision to not to move forward and not allow that when our surrounding municipalities do allow it. I absolutely understood and raised with them the health-related concerns, and they were willing to look at creative solutions. In some cases, they provided some creative solutions as well, right? Maybe they were not perfect solutions, but I think in this report, we did not engage thoroughly with the community. I understand a couple of people were engaged when the cultural communities that practice Shisha is such a huge, large part of Edmonton. I don't know why they did not engage themselves either during the committee process, even though they had their legal representative engaged and made a presentation and been advocating on their behalf over the last number of years, right? And I also, looking at the report, I think we did not do a comprehensive analysis of the jurisdictional scan. Calgary allows it, some of our surrounding municipalities allow it. How they mitigate the impact of health, I don't know, but we should have actually dig deeper into some of those. And maybe, and another thing I want to flag is that we talk about equity a lot, and we are moving forward. We're doing a lot of good work on equity, applying equity lens, GPA lens. But I think in this case we could have gone further, engaging with the community and the various communities within that do practice see Shisha as a cultural practice. So I would not be able to vote in favor of receiving this for information. I think further work probably be required. I don't know, I'll engage back with the community to see how they want to proceed with this. But I don't think community's questions were properly answered in this. Okay. And with that, I will take the chair back.
Back to you.
Okay. Okay, please vote.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I just close?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, the votes.
Sorry. I am so sorry.
Recall the vote, please.
Yeah, sorry. Recall the vote, please.
I'm sorry, I should have signed up.
No. I should have gone to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. This was very difficult. We did hear many people speaking in favor, and we heard many people speaking against this. It was a very difficult situation, as many of our decisions are. But probably the most impactful speaker, in my opinion, was Mr. Yaqub from Islamic Family Center, and he said that he is not in support of Shisha lounges. He's in support of a ban. There are many other countries, Arabic countries, that ban indoor public Shisha. And he made it very, as I said, a very impactful statement that if we are to find more inclusive spaces, maybe we shouldn't make it necessarily around a practice such as Shisha. Maybe we need to delve deeper and find other ways to find spaces for people to gather. So that is why I will be supporting this motion to receive for information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. All right, can someone move that we bring forward 7.9 for voting purposes and speaking?
So moved.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Second.
Councillor Rice? Okay, please vote.
I'm good.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Well, this was in front of the executive committee, right? And I will ask Councillor Tank to take the chair, so I make the introduction.
So taken.
All right, so we had a presentation from administration as well as from some members of the industry, and what we heard is that work on the first phase of the initiative connecting Winspear, Century Place, and Century Hall from the central plant build at Winspear has advanced, and the district energy building at Winspear is almost complete. Advanced design considerations, scope adjustments, and construction inflationary pressures have led to an increase to the overall capital costs for the first phase of this initiative by $7.7 million, which means the budget has gone up from $28.2 million to $35.9 million increase. That's a 27% increase, and adjusted operating shortfall. And administration has indicated that they will be doing further work in engaging other building owners, how they will be connected, particularly the private sector building owners, to make this project as move forward and make it more, reduce some of the risks that has been identified in this report. Okay. With that, I will move the recommendations.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. Anyone want to sign up to speak? Councillor Rutherford?
I was just going to vote to this, but I feel like I need to provide a bit of context and explanation. This was really hard for me, and I debated until this morning whether I was going to pull it or not. You know, I like all of my colleagues, are absolutely committed to making sure that we are, reaching our city plan objectives, and especially objectives around climate action. But I also think about a finite pool of resources, and I think about, are there, similar to the tree conversation that we recently had, are there better levers for getting to our climate goals at less cost or similar cost? And what really struck me when I listened to committee, because I didn't speak at committee, but I listened to the whole thing, wasn't necessarily the capital cost adjustment, but the projected losses year over year on our operating budget, up to the tune of $70 million. And there was discussion about how, those are just projections and maybe we can engage industry. I can't in good faith and I can't in good faith, knowing the current economic conditions we're in, knowing where else we want to push levers on climate action, see that kind of operating loss on a year-over-year basis ranging between 1.5 and 3 million continue on this project, let alone the capital costs. So for those reasons, I would rather just not continue going down this path until there's more and more money sunk. I think there's several examples of city building projects where, there was probably some yellow flags at the beginning that turned into red flags when it was too late, and I can't support it, so thank you.
Thank you. See no other speakers. Yes. Yeah. Mayor Sohi, would you like to close?
Yeah, and I agree with Councillor Rutherford in those risks that are identified in the report, and we raised that with the administration. And my understanding is that the $1.1 million that will increase to $3.5 million over the number of years and accumulated of close to 70 is the worst case scenario, only if 3 buildings remain connected to the district energy system, right? And that is the minimum that administration presented in this case, but there's plans to have additional 3 or additional 2 city-owned buildings, and then the library connected to the district energy system, which will further mitigate some of that risk. And if private sector buildings, which they're projecting up to 50 non-city-owned buildings to be connected to the district energy program, that risk will be further eliminated and or significantly reduced. So with that knowledge, I did support at the committee and will support here. But I want to flag that as administration has committed to do further analysis and work and develop policies around how they're going to encourage or incentivize private sector buildings to be connected to district energy. I look forward to that information, but we need stronger tools. We just can't go into this with good faith and hoping that the non-city owned buildings will be connected to district energy. We need stronger tools. Other cities have stronger tools. They mandate sometimes in some cases, and we need to look at that. And the work that will be done over the next year, I hope that work was done prior to the this initial investment that was made by previous council in moving forward. That I really felt that due diligence should have been done in advance, but here we are today, and this is a significant tool to reduce emissions as part of our energy transition. So I will look at it very seriously when that report comes out, whether we need to move forward or not. But at this time, I think this work needs to carry on until all those questions are answered. I hope there'll be a more rigorous plan to engage non-city building owners in. And particularly, we gave approval to the pedway with the hope of having that pedway be a conduit of energy district piping for the station lands and, probably ice district. So these are the kind of low-hanging things that we should be actually exploring. I don't know why we did not. I look forward to that information coming forward to us over the fourth quarter, I think, of this year. But at this time, I'm willing to give continued support and to move forward on this. Okay.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. And back to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that dealt with items that we wanted to bring forward. Now we are on to 7.1 and 7.2, which are cross-referenced, monthly update on the transit safety plan and the downtown core, verbal report, and the implementation of the Edmonton Transit System Safety Plan. And at this time, I'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today we're here to provide a verbal update on the transit safety plan and the downtown core. And as you know, this update is part of the regular monthly updates to Council. We look forward to an open discussion of this complex work and also receiving feedback in terms of the content, formatting, and frequency of these monthly verbal updates moving forward. As always, our aim is to provide the most current and relevant information so that you can make informed decisions. To build on our first verbal update provided to Council on June 14th, this presentation will also provide some wider context around the overall goal of a safer Edmonton, which includes the work to bring people into the downtown core. The intent is to provide Council with a clear sense of priorities, opportunities, and challenges as we implement the enhanced transit safety plan. Our delegation today includes Jennifer Flaman, Tom Gervin, Brett Latchford, Dwayne Hunter, Robbie Caboni from Bent Arrow Healing Society, David Jones, and Sarah Feldman. And with that, I'll hand off to Dwayne Hunter, our Director of Transit Safety.
Good morning. Before we begin, I'd like to talk about another reason we are here today. During our previous update, we heard from Council that we need to communicate more. We absolutely agree. It is critical that we do the necessary work to improve safety and well-being, but to improve safety, we also need to improve public perceptions of safety. Communicating to Edmontonians is an important part of that work. The Meet Me Downtown campaign, for instance, is about positively showcasing the downtown core, but in order to support downtown vibrancy, we also need to demonstrate that we are working collaboratively to improve safety. These are complementary objectives. We can provide context, points to action that are positively affecting outcomes, and share what we are hearing. As you may have noticed, leading up to this meeting, our communications support developed and shared several posts and infographics to be shared on multiple channels. Earlier this week, we also celebrated the unveiling of a new mural in Churchill Pedway. There will be many opportunities to share what we are doing so that more Edmontonians see the progress we are making. Next slide, please.
As Dwayne mentioned, downtown vibrancy contributes to safety by attracting more people downtown to live, work, play, and visit. Perception of safety plays a pivotal role in improving safety. Funding to support projects led by businesses and organizations is provided through the Downtown Vibrancy Fund and Meet Me Downtown grant. Since their May 8th launches, the programs have received 30 and 45 applications respectively. There are approximately 150 festivals events planned for this year downtown, which exceeds the number before 2020. Regarding projects that focus on safety, funding has been extended until year's end for the overdose prevention and response teams, with a focus on flexibility to respond to highest demand and support for festivals and events, including on Churchill Square. The deployment of overdose teams is informed by data from the Drug Poisoning Deployment Dashboard. This city-initiated tool draws upon data from Edmonton Fire Rescue Service, Transit, and the 24/7 Crisis Diversion Team to show where drug poisoning calls for service are located. Administration is currently conducting engagement with key stakeholders to develop broader recommendations for reducing drug poisoning injuries and death in Edmonton, with a community services report scheduled for September 2023. City-led projects continue to be implemented with great success. This includes the Meet Me Downtown campaign, with early feedback being very positive and many businesses jumping on board to directly support the campaign. We are tracking the number of people downtown through a project with a technology partner and expect to have further details at our next update. The Clean City Initiative is well underway, and a dedicated team of 84 people are focused on delivering services that support a clean and attractive downtown on a more frequent basis. And we continue to explore projects focused on enhancing and increasing the amount of lighting in public spaces to support an improved perception of safety. With that, I'll pass it to Brett Latchford for an update on Chinatown.
Good morning, thank you. The city has provided two $300,000 grants to the Chinatown BIA previously for private security contractors. This funding has been extended through the summer and into the fall. In addition to that, approximately 70% of the $1 million Chinatown Recovery Fund went towards security measures such as roll shutters, security cameras, and increased lighting. The community safety teams under the Healthy Street Operations Center include police, Alberta sheriffs, and city peace officers patrolling Chinatown 7 days a week. The Subdivision and Development Appeal Board upheld the development permit for the Boyle Street Community Hub. Part of that process included the Chinatown and Area Business Association withdrawing their objections after a meeting with Boyle Street and working towards an understanding of the allowed uses and planned uses of the community hub. The Chinatown Transformation Collaborative, the Chinese Benevolent Association, and the Chinatown and Area Business Association have been meeting frequently to revalidate the Chinatown strategy, which is now 5 years old and reflects the community's wishes pre-pandemic. The review process has completed a draft version, and the final revision will come as an attachment for council as part of the evaluation of the CTC's efforts to implement the strategy in November as previously directed. The additional $10.1 million of capital work that was approved in coordination with the neighborhood renewal and with the intent of implementing aspects of the Chinatown strategy. Any changes or upgrades to infrastructure in the area will aim to find a balance between the short-term needs of the area with the long-term strategic goals of creating a vibrant and thriving Chinatown. Neighborhood renewal has begun in the Macaulay neighborhood, and the alleys in Chinatown will be completed in 2024, with the roads being completed in 2025. The Chinatown Recovery Fund itself has now distributed 70% of its funds to the community. These projects include safety and security upgrades, as previously mentioned, cultural events, a business competition to entice 4 new businesses to establish in Chinatown, and community beautification projects. Lastly, the relationship between the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative, the Chinese and Area Business Association is deteriorating. After some good progress in attempting to harmonize these groups' shared goals through the collaboration on the revalidation of the Chinatown strategy, the relationship has come under considerable strain, and the key issues reported include governance, as well as a who speaks for Chinatown problem. This represents a risk to what the remainder of the community and the city would like to achieve going forward. Administration has offered, and the community has accepted, some partnership brokering with the parties involved so that we may work through these issues. And now I'll turn it over to Jen Flaman for an update on Healthy Streets.
Thank you. On June 22nd, a media event was held at the HSOC building. During the event, Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, Police Chief Dale McPhee, Mike Ellis, Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, April Boyko, Acting Operations Manager, Emergency Medical Services Edmonton Zone, Cheryl Whiskeyjack from Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, Susan McGee from Homeward Trust, and myself were all present, demonstrating the integration amongst all the partners. The Governance Committee, comprised of individuals from the City, EPS, REACH, Edmonton, Bent Arrow, and Homeward Trust, are in the process of finalizing the MOU that outlines how all HSOC partners will coordinate activities. The peace officers within HSOC are now fully staffed with 4 sergeants and 14 frontline peace officers. Peace officer deployment continues to be based on identified issues where high visibility and engagement is much needed. They have increased their referrals to other city departments based on issues identified while in the community, such as encampments, problem properties, graffiti. Additionally, peace officers have continued to meet and build relationships with the community whenever possible. Project-based work is being identified, and every interaction, whether it be with members of the public, business owners, or community members, progress is being made. Connections are being built. A particularly positive area to highlight within the HSOC work are the Community Safety Liaisons, or CSLs. They have continued to meet with and build relationships with service organizations in the area, and they are in the early stages of 2 SARA projects. CSLs have been approached about strategies for personal safety by many employers in the HSOC communities. Meetings with employers will provide context and scenarios faced by staff, and presentations will be adjusted accordingly to meet their needs. And finally, Edmonton Fire Rescue Services continues to have a key role in supporting property inspections, supporting the work of managing problem properties, and reducing fire risks through education for those living in encampments. Next slide, please. As of Friday, June 23rd, Homeward Trust's by name list indicates that there are 1,317 individuals who are living rough or sleeping in shelters, 624 people in shelters, and 693 people sleeping outside, and this presents us with a significant challenge. We're enjoying summer weather now. We also know winter is around the corner. As you might remember, in October 2022, the Government of Alberta committed to providing funding for additional emergency shelter spaces for winter 23-24, resulting in approximately 1,200 funded emergency shelter spaces for that winter incoming. Administration is in discussions with the province on potential locations for those supplemental spaces. The City of Edmonton is again supporting the Al Rashid Mosque to provide an additional 50 shelter spaces during extreme weather activations over winter 23-24. Administration is also working with Indigenous partners on potential housing and shelter options as requested through the Indigenous-led Shelter and Housing Expression of Interest. However, based on the submissions received, it is not anticipated that any options will be available for winter 23-24. Next slide, please. While the City of Edmonton's response to encampments has improved in terms of coordination with outreach, its resourcing has not kept pace with the rapid growth of encampments and is not equipped to handle the volume and complexity of needs. Between 2016 and 2022, encampment-related requests for service to 311 has increased by over 1,000%, which amounted to over 9,300 calls from Edmontonians in 2022. Our response is currently in the midst of its high season, but there are some seasonal abnormalities that challenge our response. While we are used to reoccupation, the frequent weather activations due to poor air quality, heat, and flood risks are likely going to become our new normal. Additionally, during this time of year, emergency shelter providers would not usually be regularly near capacity, and yet they are. While the number of encampments in parkland has decreased very slightly from this time last year, from 1,200 to 1,162, the number of encampments not on parkland has continued to rise, from 340 in June of 2022 to 369 this June. The fact that the majority of these above-bank encampments are located downtown adds to the pressure for a resolution, as indicated in the heavy complaint volume from neighborhoods in or near the downtown. Even so, when you received a recent report in April, there were 750 unsheltered people on the by names list. There are now 693. This decrease hints at the promise of some of the focused initiatives recently operationalized. As you are aware, administration is implementing an enhanced encampment process that builds on past successes while improving effectiveness through process changes and prototypes. The housing pilot launched last month with Homeward Trust, creating an active priority list, or APL, which is a subset of the by names list, from which Bissell Centre aims to house an additional 100 unsheltered people with reduced wait times. There are currently 112 names on the APL, 39 of whom have been located and connected to a housing worker, 12 are in bridge housing, 5 have been approved for permanent housing and will move in shortly, and 2 have now been housed. encampment maintenance teams from Higher Good, a social enterprise associated with Boyle Street Community Services, and NECOM, an Indigenous not-for-profit group, have been contracted by the City of Edmonton to help mitigate any risks associated with the APL encampments. And with that, I'll pass it over to Sarah.
The last time we were here, we were asked about transit safety investments over the last 5 years. All 3 orders of government have contributed funding to improve transit safety and security. Safety and the protection of our most vulnerable residents is not the sole responsibility of any single agency or order of government. The Government of Canada awarded the city a grant to make changes to the 101 Street Transit Shelter to make improvements related to crime prevention through environmental design. The Government of Alberta recently awarded the city a 1-year grant for making safety and security improvements, including enhanced cleaning, and they also announced the funding for 50 additional police officers for EPS. As part of that, the city received $5 million transit system cleanup grant, and as part of that work, we're currently considering 8 projects and reviewing how that budget will be allocated. The city's investments include funding to increase security through more transit peace officers, increased staffing at the ETS Control Center to better reflect our hours of operation, and continuous training for transit operators. We also added COT teams and security guards at almost half of the 42 transit centers and LRT stations. Each of these increases to personnel reflect distinct layers of safety and security support, and they each have their own set of responsibilities. We also note that prior to the pandemic, a significant investment of $12.8 million was made in 2018 that led to adding the operator shields on the full conventional bus fleet and putting CCTV cameras on every bus. So our next question, during the last verbal update, Council asked about the calls for service and non-criminal incidents and understanding these within the context of transit ridership. So this slide provides updated data for the 3-week period of June 1st to June 21st. So regarding calls for service, this refers to calls to the ETS Control Center requesting emergency response. The top 3 sources of calls during this 3-week period were from security guards, Transit Watch, and the emergency blue phones. Regarding ridership, it is important to understand all these statistics within the overall context of transit ridership. Transit ridership has increased since 2022, and as ridership increases, there are more people in transit spaces and a greater likelihood of some incidents occurring. For this 3-week time frame for this report, total ridership for ETS was 3,048,199 rides. Lastly, regarding non-criminal incidents. So non-criminal incidents represent incidents that were not violations of the criminal code, and therefore they are tracked by the City of Edmonton. Criminal incidents are tracked by EPS. So these non-criminal incidents include a range of types of incidents ranging from medical incidents, obstruction, liquor and smoking, and trouble with person. For the June 1st to 21st period, there were 1,244 non-criminal incidents in transit spaces. And the top type of non-criminal incidents for this period were trespassing, trouble with person, or person causing disturbance, medical incidents, and smoking violations. So for context, those non-criminal incidents are about 0.04% of overall ridership. And then this next table provides a summary of where we have seen these non-criminal incidents occurring. So in these first 3 weeks of June, 29 stations had non-criminal incidents. 10 of those stations had very few incidents, so less than 10 incidents. 8 stations were between 11 and 25 incidents. 6 stations were between 26 and 50 incidents, and 5 stations had more than 51 incidents. Some stations have a bus transit center attached to an LRT station, so those are represented here as one location. And it's also important to add a bit of additional context around these numbers. We've indicated here which stations are busiest in terms of transit ridership with the asterisks. So the busier stations are often where we see more non-criminal incidents, as there's just more activity in general. We also have more transit peace officers than in 2022, so we may have higher incident reporting rates due to more presence. And I'll now pass it over to David for the next slide.
Thanks, Sarah, and good morning. During the last verbal report, we were also asked about ticketing. The main goal of the transit peace officers is to ensure a safe and secure experience for those using ETS facilities and vehicles. Tickets are a last resort as we move through the 4 E's of enforcement, which are engage, educate, encourage, and enforce. In fact, transit peace officers will often help riders who are without fare, whether it's in patrol, TCAT, or COT. Transit peace officers carry ETS transfers to hand out on one-off occasions to ensure riders arrive safely at their final destinations. Transit peace officers also educate and encourage future fare payment. And while ETS riders are required to have proof of payment, there are multiple fare assistance programs to help with low-income riders. For example, the Ride Transit Low-Income Transit Pass program, Donate a Ride, and PATH providing accessible transit here. Donate a Ride and PATH provide fare products to partner agencies for distribution to their clients who would otherwise be unable to access tickets. Free single-use transit fare tickets are available through 62 partner social agencies, and 32 partner social agencies offer free monthly transit passes to people who may be experiencing homelessness. The number of free monthly passes available is determined using the by name list from Homeward Trust. In May 2023, TPOs issued a ticket 16% of the time where enforcement was possible, which reflects the 4E approach as described. What this means is TPOs used warnings and education for 84% of ticketable interactions. I'll hand it back to Dwayne now. Thank you.
Last time we presented data about the Southgate deployment, and we also heard questions about the impact on surrounding communities. We're all very concerned about displacement. We definitely do not want to move people who are in need of support and services from one place to another, nor do we want to push crime out of transit spaces into communities. A considerable amount of research has found that proactively addressing crime does not lead to complete displacement of crime. Sometimes there's a limited amount of displaced crime, but the majority of these studies have found there little evidence to support significant displacement. Some studies even found that crime prevention measures even had a beneficial effect on adjacent areas. To understand our impact on the neighborhoods next to Southgate and Century Park stations, we pulled data from Unison, an integrated project that draws on 7 previously siloed data sets: Edmonton Fire, Community Standards in Neighborhoods, Edmonton Transit, 247 Crisis Diversion, EPS through the Open Data Portal, Corporate Security, and our employee corporate safety data. The numbers reflect consolidated demand with respect to TPO-related calls at a neighborhood level. The project ran from March until May 9th, so we have shown stats for April, May, and June, and all show areas saw a reduction in demand volume. We are aware that seasonality could have also had an impact. Next slide, please. Another question we heard in the first verbal update was around what occurs with calls for service outside the hours when the deployment teams are present. As described in the first verbal update, the Southgate approach, which included Century Park, involved a hybrid deployment of police and TPOs to the 2 stations between 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. daily. The statistics clearly show that there was a decrease in calls when the proactive teams were in the spaces, and when the patrol ended, incidents began to increase again. This points to the value of joint deployment for proactive patrolling, as further demonstrates the necessity of our integration pillar to the overall enhanced transit safety plan. As we continue to build out the plan, a large part of our focus will be on sustainability. What and how many resources are required to maintain a desired level of safety? How can we maintain the positive work done by outreach, TPOs, and EPS? We have also assembled a team to address sustainability of our proactive efforts at Southgate Station by identifying facility improvements, alterations within the station, and the spaces separating the west node of the transit facility with the Malmo community. Next slide, please. Returning to the Enhanced Transit Safety Plan, I think it's important to reiterate the fact that transit safety is part of broader challenges. Increased homelessness and capacity issues within mental health, addictions, and emergency shelter systems have cascading effects on transit services. These impacts can often be seasonal and affected by extreme weather. All of this underlines the needs for a holistic approach to improve transit safety, the Enhanced Transit Safety Plan. We have tested our plan at different locations and occasions and already seen positive results. Those successes are largely because of our efforts to embrace input from many different work areas. We cannot operate under a siloed approach. We need to proactively consider all 4 pillars, and we must address service, security, safety, support, and sustainability. The plan is iterative. It will continue to evolve over time and will incorporate insights from our transit systems grappling with similar challenges. It will also be informed by evidence. As we move forward, we will focus on key measures directly linked to outcomes for each pillar, and will focus our reporting to this specific data to ensure we are moving in the right direction. Next slide, please. This slide points to some of the data, the key measures we are currently tracking. We are working to solidify the measures that will best guide our actions over time. We aim to capture the state of the system through a dashboard, which will allow us to depict the transit system as a whole, or enable us to drill down and focus on specific stations or pillars of work. This will require significant sharing of information and the creation of an efficient framework to allow us to collect and share insights with the goal of focusing our work on our targets. Next slide, please. During the last verbal update, we talked about how our integrated plan was applied and tested during the Southgate approach. This project also included proactive patrols at the Century Park Transit Facility. To highlight our impact at the Century Park Transit Station, we will utilize the same time frames. Century Park provides some insight. The 5 violent incidents in May 2022 included 4 assaults and 1 weapons-related offense. There were 3 violent incidents in May 2023, 1 sexual offense, 1 assault, and 1 weapons-related incident that were reported by EPS. It's a small sample, but it's worth noting that there were 3 fewer violent incidents compared to the same period last year. However, a sexual offense did occur, as well as an additional medical incident. I know at our last verbal update, there was some discussion around the underlying causes of some of these incidents. How can we track any of these to gang-related activity, etc.? Working with EPS, we could consolidate data to better understand these drivers. We would have to better understand what we're trying to identify first, as that would determine the path we need to take. With respect to overdoses, from March 5th until June 26th of this year, there have been 2,493 overdoses citywide. The outcome of these overdoses is unknown. Next slide, please. Our work on the perception of safety in transit includes nonviolent offenses, vandalism, and TPO calls for service. We actually saw an increase in nonviolent incidents at Century Park. 18 nonviolent incidents in May 2020 included 5 arrests, 1 disturbance, 1 mischief, 3 thefts, 2 trouble with persons, and 6 categorized as unknown. In May 2023, we saw 22 arrests, 1 disturbance, 1 threat, and 2 break-ins. To gain a better understanding of the perception of safety, we're taking a multi-method research approach. This will allow us with a better sense of the impacts of various safety and security measures implemented over the years. A variety of research methods are being used to gauge perceptions: online surveys, QR codes, a well-being intercept survey, an ethnographic study to capture a diverse representation of Edmontonians who use transit services and spaces. 2 studies that we are particularly excited about are the ethnographic research project at 4 stations later this summer, gathering real-life experiences of those using transit, as well as the QR code survey on the perception of safety in transit. We will begin to see some early data in the fall, and we will share these results with Council when they are available. The results will be very interesting. This information will likely give us additional communication opportunities to build understanding that transit safety is not a destination, but a journey that will take some time. Next slide, please. And I'll pass it over to my partner, Robbie.
Our work to improve the well-being is evolving, but it is an integral part of enhanced transit safety plan.
Can you move close to the mic if you don't mind? Yeah, thank you so much.
Our work to improve the well-being is evolving, but it is an integral part of enhanced transit safety plan to ensure we are taking a holistic approach to transit spaces. We recognize that these challenges don't exist in transit spaces alone. Over the last month, we have been building on our approach to outreach. 2 days a week, COT teams have taken a hub model approach. Instead of traveling through the transit system, COT teams have been remaining at a booth at a fixed location for a few hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays. This has been received positively. We've seen an increase in interactions and engagements and by having a destination, the COT teams have opportunities for follow-up. To date, the COT team has had 75 engagements utilizing the COT engagement booth at Churchill Station. Of note, community members who are not looking for services also attended the booth to gain an understanding of COT and better understand how they could help if someone is in need. In the previous verbal update, we heard an anti-racism lens is needed and that we need to be acutely aware of how youth engage with our transit system. We completely agree and continue to look for ways to identify problematic practices. COT teams are uniquely positioned to help address verbalized and non-verbalized racism. And as they are further integrated within the transit safety, they provide a working model of how to make transit spaces safer and more inclusive. So I have a story. COT Outreach had observed a missing person sign in one of their patrols, noting it was an individual that they had come into contact with or minimally had seen somewhere in their travels throughout the transit system. At some point in the team's travels a short time later, they had spotted the individual on the missing persons poster and decided to engage in an interaction with this individual. During their interaction, they had informed the individual that their loved ones had been looking for them, further extending that they could support the individual if they wanted to reconnect. The individual kindly thanked the team for the information, but stated at that time they were not ready. Fast forward a few weeks later, the individual sought out COT, more specifically the outreach worker that had engaged in conversation with this individual. Through many avenues of communication, COT has the outreach worker connected with the missing individual, whom stated they were now ready to reconnect with their family. Supporting the individual, the outreach team had contacted the number provided on the missing persons poster and allowed the individual and their family time to talk. This individual's family came to Edmonton from Saskatchewan to pick up their family, and COT supported the individual throughout this reunion. Thank you.
During the last update, we were asked about the average cost per response. This is an extremely difficult question to answer because each response has so many factors. Where is the response needed? Is the location secure? Who is working there? Who is being dispatched? I'd like to point to the critical role of the Integrated Call Evaluation and Dispatched Group, ICED. In this work, they are best positioned to match each response with the appropriate knowledge, skills, and abilities and authorities, which will mean increased safety and the most efficient use of resources and budgets. The ICE project has drawn upon the expertise of many of the para support groups and will be presenting their plan to City Administration on July 13th. 2 tracks teams have been created by EPS by redeploying members from existing teams to transit. These teams are working with TPOs and are deployed to hotspot locations in an integrated fashion or to different locations depending on need. EPS is working to add teams in the fall. I know there was a question at the last monthly meeting on the top 100 offenders. I can assure you that we are working with EPS and our partners to understand a path forward. Our Pedway group also continues to contribute to the overall safety and security of downtown by involving many internal and external stakeholders. One exciting project that is still underway is the work to provide Pedways with unique identifiers that will allow us to better understand where incidents are occurring. This will also assist with wayfinding and a more detailed location for responders to attend to when required. And over to the City Manager.
Great, thanks everyone. Thanks team for the briefing. Today's presentation is also cross-referenced with the written report implementation of the Edmonton Transit System Safety and Security Plan. This report is in response to a motion from the March 21st, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting when administration presented our response to the ETSAB report on youth and their perception of safety. The motion asked for an update on the implementation of the Enhanced Transit Safety and Security Plan and an overview of outcomes and measures. Those aspects have been presented in this verbal update. The motion also asked administration to look for opportunities to further advance safety and security. And the first 2 items have also been discussed in this verbal update. The opportunities referenced would require council direction to implement, but they do align with the Enhanced Transit Safety Plan by contributing to pillar outcomes. For instance, permanently increasing cleaning would improve the perception of safety. Expanding CPTED would improve safety. Expansions to outreach would also improve well-being. And a dedicated travel training center would improve integration. Most of these items are scalable. They can apply to just LRT or they can apply to both bus and the LRT system. And we could also start small and monitor progress and perhaps scale up. Now, unless directed by Council to do otherwise, our next planned update to Council will be August 22nd. Our proposed approach for that update is to provide an outlook for our integrated work plan for the next 6 months. This would include an outline highlighting key dates and details on how we are preparing for the opening of the Valley Line. We also need to begin talking about next winter, which we can expect to be challenging as we continue to face the underlying social issues we have discussed today. Extreme weather and how those experiencing vulnerable situations will continue to add pressure to transit spaces. At our next update, we'll also provide updated measures and data. So thank you very much for your attention, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andre, and to your team for giving such a comprehensive overview of all the safety steps that are being taken. And I just want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work and your dedication and really kind of coordinating and collaborating, working together. Really appreciate all that effort. With that, this was exempted by Councillor Stevenson, but we do have a motion from Councillor Rutherford, so I'm going to go to Councillor Rutherford to move that motion. This is coming directly to Council, so we will have a latitude and quite a bit of flexibility to ask questions around the reports as well, right? So with that, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I would like to move that 7.1 be received for information, and for item 7.2, that administration bring forward more detailed plans for Council's consideration, outlining specific actions to be undertaken, proposed timing, and an outline of budget impacts to inform the fall 2023 supplemental operating and capital budget adjustments for the following proposed enhancements. Number 1, transit space activation. Number 2, customer support at stations. Number 3, permanent enhanced cleaning. And that the following unfunded capital profile be brought forward for consideration to the fall supplemental budget adjustment. Number 1, tunnel intruder technology.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Can you make an introduction, please, Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, well, I first want to say it's very impressive to see the great work. These were both great comprehensive reports. You know, for me, I'm continually struck by hearing from Edmontonians how important transit safety is, how they need to have trust in that system. And while many of the issues are far beyond our circle of control, the 7.2 report was really intended to say, well, what is in our circle of control? Where are there spaces that we can do more? And so the 3 that I chose, there's several opportunities that were outlined in item 7.2. The reason that these 3 were specifically chosen were based on some of the CUDA recommendations as well as what in conversations with administration they felt were scalable. They could come with a spectrum of options as well as could really make a visible difference right away within our transit system. So open to discussion about any of that, but that was the intention for this. So this really is about asking administration to, go back and say, okay, based on these 3, we'd like you to explore further, scope those, and come back with what are potential options that we can be doing. I do know we received funding from the province for enhanced cleaning, but this is really about permanent solution and permanent enhancement to those spaces.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have motion on the floor and 2 reports. So I will at this time open up for questions on those. And Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much, and thanks to Councillor Rutherford for putting that excellent motion on the floor. Also, just want to say thank you to administration. I was deeply impressed at what we saw back this month. That was a really short turnaround in terms of some of the asks we had on data, but this gives such a complete picture. It is incredibly helpful. So thank you all so much for your responsiveness on that. Maybe just to dig into some of the specific data points provided. So the stations with the highest non-criminal events Are those going to be prioritized for SEPTED, for COD deployments, things like that? Those are going to help inform some of the upcoming work?
I can begin with that, but for sure they will. And then I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
Yeah, I think the deployment model's always been based on hotspot deployment, looking where there are the most incidents, and that's how we deploy the security guards, covering half the stations, and how Mr. Hunter and community standards everyone works together to ensure we're deploying where the resources are needed.
Great. Then just in terms of the statistic that was provided around TPO calls for service, is that TPOs being called or TPOs calling EPS for service?
That is when the control center makes a call for service for peace officers to respond to an incident.
Okay, and then do we have the statistics as well in terms of some of that interagency referrals and calls for service? So the number of times that TPOs end up needing to escalate to EPS, or?
I could, I'll take that question. Off the top of my head, I know that in 2022, we were about 2% of the calls that TPOs went to. We then activated the EPS.
Great, that's really helpful, and I think again, if that is data that we're collecting and we can include in some of these updates, I think that's helpful just to understand again which resources are having the greatest draw on them and how resources can help defer draws on others. I think the same for, again, in terms of COT teams needing to escalate to TPOs or to EPS is very helpful to understand sort of that ecosystem. Maybe just briefly too, I really appreciate the month, like side-by-side month comparison of, April and May to the previous year. Wondering if we could also just have some trend lines as well so we can start to see what's happening over time. So sort of a month-by-month comparison just to see what direction we're headed in. Would that be doable?
You bet. And we're trying to solidify the exact key measures that we're going to continually use because we want to make sure it's contributing to the overall picture and not just some data to include some data. So
absolutely.
Once we solidify that, we definitely want to have some trend lines included.
Great. Maybe just quickly to Ms. Flamen, I think you clarified in your presentation, I was very surprised. I think typically the stats that we've been receiving around homelessness have been about 3,000 people experiencing homelessness and about 700 of those being unsheltered. So in this report, there was sort of a new grouping of like 1,300 being unhoused or unsheltered. So just wondering if you could contextualize that with some of the other numbers we've been receiving. So is it still 3,000 overall experiencing homelessness, and then we have that further breakdown in terms of staying in shelters and then completely unsheltered?
Yeah, that breakdown has been consistent over time. We've always given the full of the 3,000-ish on the by names list, and then the subset is around 1,300. That number has been fairly stable. It's fluctuated between maybe 1,100 to 1,300, and then it's basically halving. Like half tend to go to shelter, half tend to sleep rough.
Okay, thank you. And I think for some reason the 700 had always just stood out to me more, but thank you for that clarification. Just in terms of the commitment from the province, so very exciting that we have that early commitment. You mentioned that we're in talks with the province in terms of the location for that investment. Could you tell me a little bit more in terms of what our objectives are, what influence we have, and where those spaces go?
I'm going to ask Stacey Galatly to respond, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We're still in active conversations, just as we're monitoring to see where our unhoused population is and what those needs are, as is the province. We're in constant conversations with them as recently as I think they're last week about what this upcoming winter looks like and how we optimize. We have seen some informal interest from some operators in terms of operating outside of the downtown core as well, so we continue to have those.
I'll come around, but just maybe I'll just follow up too, just around the question of minimum shelter standards and what progress we've been making there and the response we've had from the province. But I'll follow up on my next round. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. Can I just get clarity on that data that Mr. Jones just shared? Was that of all the calls for service, only 2% escalate to EPS? Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, so I've got the stats up now. In 2022, of the total events that TPOs were dispatched to, so that includes some of our proactive work as well. We went to about 48,000 calls, roughly, and police were called to 926 of those, so 2.2%-ish. What I will say is that's what we have captured with the Transit Security Dispatch. That's not including calls that maybe go initially to the EPS for attention.
Okay, so in other words, for 47,080 calls, our TPOs are adequately equipped to respond to the nature of the calls?
That's correct.
So what's the most extreme, I guess, if they were like, no, this person needs to be arrested, that would escalate to EPS. But what's the next level below that a TPO could do? Is that like a transit ban, or can they detain someone?
Yes, they can. They have powers of arrest under sort of common law practice for criminal events, just like you and I would. Obviously, they have some more tools and training and communications. They cannot proceed on criminal investigations under their current authorizations through the province. That's something that we're looking into to maybe expanding those, but certainly anything that could be dealt with by provincial offenses that they have authority over, and any of the bylaws that we have in place.
So that might be an area of joint advocacy then for a sort of expansion of the powers to take the burden off.
And there, yeah, at this stage, we're looking at different models that different peace officer groups across the province have. There are just different sort of pilot projects ongoing about authorities, and something that we're interested in seeing how we're the best possible partner in the law enforcement continuum.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything we can do to help unburden the EPS is helpful there. I had a question about overdose data. I'd asked about that as well too. How many overdoses did we have? Do we have it for transit? Or do we have a naloxone administration? Or I guess, how are we looking at that?
Go ahead.
I do have that up. For Narcan administration, I don't have the security guard numbers because I know that they're administering it as well, so we can probably get back to you on that. But certainly the transit peace officers, year to date, we're at 216 Narcan administrations. For the HSOC peace officers, we're at 51. And I will say, so that 216 year to date for the TPOs, same time period last year, we were at 148. So we're seeing sort of like
Sorry, so that's a jump from 140 to 216?
That's correct, yeah.
Wow. Okay. And I am aware, like, there had been, do we track fatalities as well, too? On transit?
We track fatalities when we're aware of them, but sometimes an incident may result in someone being transported to hospital, and we don't necessarily, see the end of that, what happens at the end of that incident. But when we are aware of a fatality, we track it.
Right. And I had a question about the slide. And again, I'd echo my colleagues' feedback. This is wonderful stuff. Just slide 8 for me about the funding from the all orders of government. So I know the Government of Canada renovated the transit shelter. But then for the Government of Alberta, just to confirm, the funding for the 50 police officers dedicated, that hasn't arrived yet, has it? That's just an announcement.
That's an announcement, and that'll have to be a question for our EPS partners to elaborate on.
Yeah, so we hadn't seen that there, and if we are counting EPS officers, then under the City of Edmonton contributions, I think we should make clear that the City of Edmonton has also contributed, close to 1.9 billion for Edmonton Police Service over the same time frame, and at least for the last few years, there were dedicated officers towards transit safety prior to the Vision 2020. So I think we could beef up that slide a little bit just to show how robust the City of Edmonton has been answering the call there. And I'm always reluctant just to put down commitments until we see a check from the province. But I have some other questions on that too. So I'm out of time. I have a second round. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thanks, as per usual. I again really do appreciate getting these monthly updates. I think it's really important. And I want to chat a little bit about communication still, although I should note that I think that even in the last month, there's been some adjustments, which is really positive, and so I'll come back to that probably in the second round. Do we have a sense, because I mean this deals broadly with transit safety, and I think it was in the report around the incidents across the entire city. Do we have a sense in the West End right now, particularly around Jasper Place Terminal, of how things have been going since, because, you know, up until a while ago and up until winter, we didn't have really any emergency shelter services or significant emergency shelter services. Then we had them for a number of time, and then as of May 31st, we've lost 250 approximately daytime spaces in the West End. And I'm wondering if we're noticing a trend, because a lot of folks were in Jasper Place Transit Center before that. I think when it opened up, we saw a lot of folks move out of Jasper Place Transit Center. It's only been 3 weeks, but do we have a sense of the trend in those numbers from when those have been open to closed?
Councillor, I think we'll need a bit more time to get that data, given the timing of some of those resources closing, but we can note that for a future monthly update, for sure.
Yeah, anecdotally, I am hearing of greater concerns across the board since those daytime services closed, which should probably not be a shock. So I guess maybe the question, whether it's Ms. Flaman, Mr. Corbould or Ms. Glatley, is we have lost a lot in the West End now, and virtually outside of a very small space operated by Mustard Seed, which can maybe house or be shelter space for 20 people or so. There's nothing there anymore, and so we've seen more folks out on the street because they have nowhere to go. And so any updates from the province on this? I know we had offered funding to try to continue. The Jasper Place Wellness wasn't necessarily interested in continuing. What are you hearing? What are you seeing right now from?
Yeah, two things I would say, councillors. One, we have formally asked the department to take over that funding and see if they could sort of replace what we have funded there for the last year. Haven't got a response yet. Okay. The other thing is we did have a Edmonton task force meeting last Thursday, and I did take the opportunity sort of post-election to indicate what Edmonton needs from that perspective, and included, you know, more decentralized shelter space. Yeah. And I commented specifically on what we saw as success on the West End shelter, and that, you know, replacing that or doing it in a different way would be very helpful. So, okay, you know, we're continue to provide inputs. I think the mayor's letter has been super clear as well, both pre-election and post-election, and so we'll continue to follow up on those points. And the last thing I would say is we expressed again last week, you know, would really like to hear how the implementation of the houseless strategy that was released on the 1st of October is going. And so, you know, I heard that taken in and say, yeah, we will endeavor to provide a clear update on that. So
okay, that's great. Yeah, because I mean, I don't think I've ever seen it as bad in the West End, especially since the closure of those spaces. Like the last month has been really hard on a lot of folks, and a lot of folks struggling who would like support but frankly have nowhere to go. And so we're in this sort of challenging space. And maybe this is a question for Mr. Jones, because I think the park rangers would be part of your response team, is like if the team doubled tomorrow, I don't know that actually fixes the problem in the West End or other parts of the city for that matter, but I'll focus on the West End because I'm getting tons of calls on encampments now from a number of communities that have never dealt with it in this magnitude before. But I don't know if doubling the team that responds to those calls actually fixes it, because they don't actually have anywhere to really take them right now, or at least offer them to potentially go to. So I wanted to get your sense. Like, I mean, it might help improve how quickly they get to their first point of contact, but can you give me your thoughts on that? It's like, that's why I hear that call for, like, oh, increase the amount of park rangers, but how does that help you in your thoughts?
Thanks for your question. I think, as you heard, many of our shelters are reaching capacity even in the summer, which is not something that we've seen in the past. So there are some concerns about just not having anywhere to redirect folks. I think one of the barriers that we're having right now is the amount of time it's taking for us to get to those initial risk assessments in order to send out, you know, outreach teams where we can. And so I think where we may not be able to shift people away somewhere else and to more appropriate sort of solutions and on a track for housing and other support, I think what you would see is at least we would, with some extra resources, we'd be able to bring down that we know that that initial assessment piece is a bit of a roadblock on the whole strategy.
That's helpful. I'm out of time. I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the, all governments are contributing to this, but the federal government only contributed $375,000. Is that consistent with what they would contribute to other municipalities across Canada? Do you know?
Yeah, I think we haven't done a scan of comparing other municipalities. I think it's fairly consistent. The federal government would invest typically in capital infrastructure projects. So if we have opportunities for larger scale capital projects, certainly we have a lot of support from the Government of Canada for many of our transit capital projects. And we haven't identified, I think, something of that magnitude related to safety and security to date. I don't know if Mr. Corbold or Mr. Hunter want to add. No.
Nothing else to add to that.
Okay, thank you. And then for slide 10, so with the scale, I see 1 to 10, 11 to 25, but then it's 26 to 50. That's a significant jump. Is it possible to get actual numbers of the incidents? Because I see, for instance, Northgate, and I hear a lot of concerns about incidents in Northgate Transit Station. I'm not sure if it's 50 incidents they have or if it's 26 they have.
So we could do that for a future, if you'd like, for a future update. I could tell you for this month it was 29 at Northgate.
Okay,
so we have
good.
for each station.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. So do we have a plan for Northgate and Eau Claire? Again, those are two stations in my area that I represent where I hear a lot of concerns of incidents, and maybe there are some that are not being reported as well. Do we have a plan of if there will be activation there?
We are currently looking at it after we've left the last proactive deployments at Southgate and at Century Park at where we move next with our teams when they're available as we build them out with EPS. So right now we're looking at those that require the most attention. So do we have we named them specifically? No. Are we going to look to? Yes. And let the data lead that decision.
And then we'll get an update next month of where it will be?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for the presentation. I think there are lots of additional information added compared to the last month's updates. I do have a few questions to seek clarification. So the first one on slide 3. Slide 3, and in your presentation specific talk about the funding and then also the project and the applications. So my question is, what is the funding, the total number, and when you refer to this page?
Councillor Rice, there's $6.5 million available through those two grants for 2023.
1.5? So if I heard correctly?
Yeah, 6.5 million was available. That number is lower than that given the awarded funding to date, which is
so specific, what is the percentage is really safety focused?
There's no set percentage in terms of what will be dedicated to safety specific. It's to support downtown vibrancy efforts at large to increase the number of people living, working, playing, and visiting downtown. So to date, we've allocated, last year we allocated roughly 35% of the available funding to safety-focused projects.
Then what is the specific measures to measure the progress those projects, also the application organizations did and contribute to our safety improvement?
Yeah, largely focused on how it impacts, like I said, the number of people downtown. We currently don't have that data, but we're sourcing it and expect to have that data at our next update.
Okay, so we're looking forward to that data, see the contribution, the funding we allocated to certain organizations really contributed to safety improvement and in the downtown area. That's my first question. And the second question related to Chinatown. I have been in Chinatown lots, I mean, specifically in the past long weekend. I received many questions regarding the incumbents on 105A Avenue. Definitely there's some improvements on 106 Avenue, and we see less incumbents there. But on 105A Avenue, that's usually, even if you go there, you can see the full street, and it's full of incumbents. And people ask me the question right now, I'm asking you, what is the city plan to do those?
Sorry, just to clarify, are you asking the city plan to deal with the encampments on 105A?
Encampments on 105A Avenue. And because it's already and almost blocked the entrance of the ASIST organization.
Okay, I ask my colleagues in community standards to help.
I'd have to get back to you on the specifics of that plan, but I know that our response is, again, using that risk matrix. I think right now our cleanups on high risk, and some of this may be clarified in the encampment memo that's coming out. It was supposed to be out just before this, but because of some time switches, we had a bit of a delay. But high risk and vacated sites right now for cleaning are sitting at about 16 days for response, which is longer than we'd like, but where we're at with the resources that we have on hand with the sort of unprecedented demand that we're having as well.
So this one, I believe Chinatown and reach out to the city for many times. This ongoing issue is not only like the one emergency call for waiting for 16 days to clean up. I believe our city has plan in place. I just want to bring this up because this long weekend I was there. I even witnessed 2 incidents on 105A Street. 105A Avenue. So I'm looking forward to city will take some immediate action and to address this issue and the concerns already ongoing in Chinatown and for a long time.
Sorry, just to clarify my remarks earlier.
It's 105A Avenue, and it's on the east side of 97th Street.
So there are some spots that we find are sort of repopulated almost immediately. This is one of those spots because it's been cleared a few times. And so when we look at that, and if there's city property available, we do look at fencing those locations, even if it's just temporarily, to kind of interrupt that constant rehousing. So we can take that one away.
Okay, thank you. My time goes, and I will come back the second round.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for this really excellent update. Very comprehensive. So maybe just a few questions. I'll start with some of the questions around the enhanced cleaning dollars coming from the province. I understand that that's one time. In the motion, it contemplates permanent enhanced cleaning. I guess how do we plan on activating those one-time dollars from the province, or are we still sorting through that? How would that interplay with the motion in front of us?
Currently, we have 8 projects that have been identified and went through a couple committees within administration, and they've been approved. So when we're able to, and in line with the GOA on how we can communicate out further, we will bring it to this table. Okay. We're working with them right now to make sure our communications around it are aligned. That's one big stipulation of the grant, is that we align our communication strategy moving forward.
Okay, so we'll eventually get to see what those 8 are.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's helpful. And then maybe a question around just the relationship between downtown vibrancy and the work we're doing and perceptions of safety. So really optimistic about the work that we're leading around cleaning, enhanced lighting, of course the Meet Me Downtown campaign. I'm just wondering, are we doing work around activating empty storefronts and like opportunities for pop-ups, just creating just a more lively public realm?
We are, yeah. Through a partner, the Downtown Business Association, they're leading a retail attraction project, which we've provided $1 million to in funding. And there will be 6 new businesses located downtown. So they may be existing businesses that are expanding or businesses that currently aren't downtown that will be coming to the downtown's core. So this funding will help de-risk that investment and activate storefronts. We're also open to any and every idea as it relates to an open storefront. And the Meet Me Downtown grant, the funding is flexible and quick to administer to support businesses and organizations with creative ideas to activate storefronts.
Okay, that's exciting to hear. I also had a question around, I know concerns around displacement were somewhat addressed, and I know it was shared that proactively addressing crime does not lead to displacement, and the research does not support that. And the Southgate station was used as the case study there. I'm also wondering, is the same principle applied to the work we're doing within the HSOC boundary? I guess I see the total crime severity within the boundary has decreased. I think it was from 114 to 85. Are we tracking increases in crime severity sort of outside that boundary? And I bring it up. I'm regularly hearing from community who at least have that perception that it is being sort of pushed just beyond the boundary. So wondering what data we're collecting there and how that relates to displacement.
That's with respect to the severity data. We'd have to look to our EPS partners to provide that at another time. But I'm going to ask Dave Jones if he has something to complement that. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't.
Thanks. My answer would have been the same as Dwayne's. We'd need to look to our partners at the EPS and the way that they manage and report on their data, because the crime severity index is wholly their wheelhouse.
Yeah, the only thing I would add, Councillor, is that I just want to make sure people don't have the impression that there's not any enforcement or any work being done outside the HSOC zone. That zone was identified because of the extreme issues we've been having within that zone. And I think it's fair to say that without having the specifics on data, we can try to get that next time. It's certainly fair to say there's some movement as a result of that work and displacement of some of that activity. And we try to stay on top of that as best we can. But there are other activities going on outside the HSOC zone. So.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, and having some data next time, I would find it helpful because it is, like I said, something that's regularly brought up in some of the communities that I serve. And then maybe just quickly with the last 30 seconds here regarding the prompt reoccupation of sites. I'm just wondering, reoccupation has always been a challenge, but am I understanding correctly that this year we're seeing we're seeing that to an even greater extent, the reoccupation?
I'm not sure that that's what we're seeing necessarily. It's Jennifer Flaman right here, sorry. What we're seeing is that because we have to slow our response due to severe weather, extreme heat, air quality, and flood risks, that is, I think, what is challenging our response time.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Where to start? I do think I recall one presentation by EPS indicating outside the HSOC zones that they had to ramp up resources for their patrols, and then they were taking it from the suburban communities. Does anybody else recall that?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Councillor. I've heard similar things, but again, I think that's best for EPS to comment on.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering, so 16 days to clean up encampments, and then at that point, where do they go?
Well, we only clean encampments that are vacant, so those folks would have been provided resources in terms of an outreach coordinator or information about the emergency shelters that are available. We are aware that with around 1,300 folks, so about 694 sleeping in shelters and another 600 sleeping rough, that they're at near capacity for emergency shelter spaces. So yeah, we are in a bit of a quandary about where people can go.
Because I think in the presentation, it indicated that 2 people have been permanently housed out of the programs. Is that right?
We're just talking in particular to the priority list that Bissell Center is working on in our enhanced encampment response, of which we had a target of 100 folks. So they are in that queue for moving from being offered help to accepting help. And I'll have to check my notes to confirm how many folks have actually. Yeah, you're correct. So there's 112 on the APL, 39 have been connected to a housing worker, 12 are in bridge housing, 5 have been approved for permanent housing and will move in shortly, and 2 now have been housed. You're correct.
Okay.
I would just say that, Councillor, it's important to note that everyone is offered supports. They don't always accept it, but everybody in that process, it's such that everyone is offered supports. Now, if everybody that we encountered accepted the supports, then we would be well over capacity, and that would, we would work with that.
And are those supports readily available? I'm thinking like with the housing and.
Yeah, there's certainly, I would say, the amount of people that take them, we have the capacity for that. The issue, I would say, is that there's not as many folks who are taking it as we would like, but they're offered it.
So then, Ms. Feldman, you talked about federal capital project funding and that. So part of that includes the housing, the rapid housing initiatives and all that, right?
Yes, but I would ask someone else to answer about housing questions.
Okay. Not quite your wheelhouse, okay. Stacey, yeah, how much in federal funding have we received to late?
I'll have to confirm that. We have some federal funding that we are certainly hoping to hear about in the next hours or days, which could change that significantly. But I'll get do you have a specific number? Is it for 2022 recently as a result of?
Well, I think some of the stats we're looking at here are 2022, 2023, so maybe in that time period.
Sure thing, I'll grab that.
Okay. And then, because I'm just wondering if maybe those provincial dollars that are being designated for these 50 police officers, if we only use them 2% of the time, could we advocate to the province to, and from what I understand, those police officers are going to take at least 18 months to get into place, because we also have gaps as well in the current service. So could we use, that funding offer from the province for, rather than EPS officers, to use that for housing, mental health services? Would that do more to help transit safety?
It's certainly not an option for us, Councillor, I will say that. That's been made very clear to us. It is absolutely not an option. That funding is going to 50 police officers for 50 police officers only, and that's been very clear. So whether it would help differently, can't speculate on that, but it's not an option for us.
So is it public perception that would provide more safety, or is there some data? Like I said, we're only using them 2 point something for each incident in transit.
That is, Councillor, that's only one portion of it. The violent crime goes directly to the EPS. We need them incredibly bad proactively in these spaces to take care of that violent crime aspect. We don't have the tools within the city to take care of them. So we do require that level of safety. That's the safety portion that we focus on. The security portion, we do have the tools to properly deal with. We require those 50 positions, and that's a policing answer. But
maybe I can jump in. It's
Sorry,
Eddie
just let
Robards.
me just wait a second, Eddie. Just wait. The only other thing I would say, Councillor, is that when those 50 police officers come and focus on the violent crime aspects, that'll give us opportunity to move our other officers to other areas, what they're not really covering right now, like other bus systems and other transit systems that are sort of low priority now because they don't have the acute problem. So there's lots of things we're not doing in our system now that we will be allowed to do or have more flexibility to do once those 50 officers come.
Okay, my time's up. I'll come back. Thank you.
And also, if I can add, I think until all the police officers are hired for that funding, there's advocacy being done to have that money transferred to the city for interim use. So that work is being done by the commission and my office. So that conversation going on for the interim use, not for the permanent use. Yeah, okay, good. Councillor Tang.
Thank you for this update. Well coordinated. It's very clear. Maybe I'll start with Chinatown and pick up on some of the thread from earlier. Very curious about your comment about fraying relationships and the risk that it might affect some of the projects happening there. Have you identified which projects will be affected?
It would be across the board. So any projects led by either of those two groups where they require coordination with the other group would potentially be either delayed in starting or not effectively implemented.
Like the recovery fund, the renewal work, all of that?
The recovery fund has been fully allocated and almost fully distributed. We're still working out on a few funding agreements. So it wouldn't impact that so much, but it's more the other stuff that they do jointly together where there had been some tension. However, we're working through it and both groups acknowledge that we need to work through it. So.
And affecting the Chinatown strategy implementation, is that right?
Yes, it would, yeah.
And I would just say, Councillor, it's a risk, and we've identified the risk because we need to mitigate it. The way we mitigate it is to talk about collaboration, and as was explained, we're starting to see that. But I would say the biggest risk is with the overall renewal strategy, because we have a plan now. We just need everybody to get on board with the plan.
Right.
Yeah.
CTC comes back to us with an annual report, right? I mean, that was one of the subsequent motions we had during budget.
They do. It'll be in November.
In November? Okay, great. Thank you for that. Curious about the signs that the BIA put up for the encampment. Are they effective? Are people coming back to them?
So I only have anecdotal reports from the BIA, but yes, they've been effective. They're all on private property. None of them are on city property. But they do report that the signs have been not perfect, but effective thus far.
So therefore, kind of pushing people into some of those locations that was mentioned earlier because there's sidewalks and right. Some questions around just the incident numbers. For example, the non-criminal from 1,200 from June. Do you have the comparison from last year, the same time frame? I think that was. I can't remember who shared that number.
That would likely be me. I'm just looking for the slide that you're referring to, Councillor.
So this is the sorry, just in general, a lot of those numbers, I was curious how they compared from a year ago, if they're consistent or if we're similarly seeing kind of a spike.
I apologize, what numbers?
That's okay, I can come back to that. I guess I'll stay with you, Dwayne. You mentioned, if you can just clarify for me, the integrated call and evaluation dispatch. Mm-hmm. You had mentioned it will present the data on July 3rd? Or did I misheard?
They will be presenting their project to city administration July 13th.
Oh, I see. Not to council.
Update on the work that they have been doing to this point.
Gotcha. And I was wondering if anyone can kind of comment on incidents in pedways. If you can kind of get into that a little bit for me. I mean, I appreciate that there's going to be technology enabled for those unique identifiers for the different pedway systems. I'm assuming that will also enable better data collection.
That is one of the biggest drivers of this. Obviously, the safety driver to make sure our first responders can get those locations appropriately, but making sure we have unique identifiers that align with the police, ambulance, and fire to make sure it's a safe way in, but the data surrounding it to tell us exactly what's happening in this space is crucial to be able to separate that, say, from a platform or the actual or other areas like, say, privately owned pedways. So Tom and I are working quite a bit on that, and yeah, we're working. We're not there yet, but we're trying to find the best way that'll work with all the RMSs out there, and it'll so it's something that's easy and usable.
Tom, do you want to add?
Yeah, just focused on solutions with the community stakeholders. So, finding the groups that are in control of the private pedways in particular, just making sure that everybody's on the same page and working together to find the best solutions.
I'm just curious, do other, like, the different buildings, private security, as well as our TPO, EPS, security, do they get together and share notes and that kind of stuff pretty regularly?
They do. They have regular meetings, but they are actually working to create new contact lists, and with the work they can do actually to anticipate the new iteration of the bylaw coming ahead.
Okay.
How does that impact everyone? So they're communicating through several different meetings,
Okay,
not just
I just
one.
want to make sure that those folks are
Yeah,
part of the
and just want to
conversation.
emphasize, there is a downtown Pedway group meeting
Oh,
that meets on a routine
gotcha.
basis and compares notes and deals with all this, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the first round. Can you take the chair?
Yes.
Okay. You know, we started our plan in February 2022, and since then it's been evolving, getting better, more integration happening with other organizations, both EPS and external service providers. The sense what I want to get is that, are we trending towards safety, right? Or is too early to at this time say we don't see that trend yet?
I would say, Mayor, that we are getting much better and much integrated at dealing with the symptoms of a much bigger problem, which is the mental health and addictions problem.
Right. So
so I would say no. We're dealing with those symptoms a lot better. We're handling the situation a lot better. But until we start dealing with the core root problem better, then I don't think we'll trend to where we want to trend yet.
Okay, I absolutely understand that aspect, and until those investments are made, we wouldn't have sustained safety. But question is, are we kind of stabilizing the situation? Are we seeing incidents going down steadily over time?
Yeah, I would say that our management of the symptoms is much better, much more integrated, making a difference downtown. Not every single day and every hour of every day, but a lot of the times. And I would say that generally when we get people downtown, when we've got the combination of vibrancy working, people downtown working, and then the cleanliness and safety side, those times are very safe in downtown. But we still are plagued by the incident that happens, especially when there's not an event going on, for example.
Absolutely. And how do we communicate that through data, a dashboard that people can see there's a trend, recognition of the underlying issues, right? How do we communicate that? Because now at this time, perception is that transit is very unsafe, right?
That's what we're aiming to create with their dashboard, Mayor, around, so we'll be able to provide measurements around the 4 pillars that we've talked about, the perception, safety, well-being, and integration, and then providing the opportunity to drill down to either transit facilities and or those specific things. So we'll be able to see, okay, we're doing really well in the security department. Do we need to focus more on the well-being department? And if we do a really good job on well-being, what does that do to the other pillars? So that's where we really want to get, because the conversations here will get very, very interesting then, in the fact that we're doing these things, what other impact, what's the spin-off of all of those activities?
Got it. Okay.
The other thing I'd add, Mayor, is that we're, because of the good integration, we're really getting ahead of things. So as you saw during the hydrogen convention, we got ahead of that 3 weeks out. We came up with an integrated plan. And so the teams are working on every event this summer, right up to September and October for the conventions that will happen in that place. So there's always a dedicated plan to help support safety and well-being and the perception of safety throughout all these events, especially the summer festivals.
So the message I'm getting is that we are getting better at dealing with the symptoms and responding to that, but the underlying cause is still
That's my
remain.
perspective, yes.
Got it. On the perception of employees, ETS employees and security guards and TPOs, how is that changing? How are they feeling? Like, are they, their perception of safety for themselves as well, right? And any comments on that? How are they doing?
Just that I would say that there's a fair amount of stress amongst those that are in the system all the time, because they see it at its best and they see it at its worst. Our focus has been making sure we try to get to them the resources they need and make sure that we're supporting them from an occupational health and safety perspective as well. But I would say, there's a fair amount of stress in all of our partners on this, because it's quite overwhelming. in dealing with these symptoms,
It can be, and it is in some cases, right? So, like relying on my past experience being a bus driver, there are other factors that contribute to safety issues on transit. And I think the overwhelming narrative is around that houselessness population and addictions crisis, which are absolutely contribute to disorder and some crime. What are some of the other factors? Can we have a kind of good sense? Is it, majority because of these underlying social issues? Are there other factors that are contributing to safety on transit?
I would say COVID is still a factor. I would say economics are still a factor, which are, some of them are related to the first two. But the other thing I would say, and I think it's important to mention about our employees, is how empathetic they are to vulnerable people. So while they are under stress, they're also some of the most empathetic people I've seen in terms of dealing with the vulnerable population.
Yeah. Okay, I'm out of time. I will move the second round.
Second. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. All right, Councillor Stevenson. So is that just wasn't that's the order? I just disappeared. I think I saw your name at the top. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe just circling back, I think my question around call escalations is really recognizing that we need all of those layers, but just ensuring that there's not too much overlap, right? So if one response is always leading to having to call for another response, whereas if we're seeing, let's say, TPOs are consistently calling for COT, maybe we need to invest in more of those COT teams. So just having some of those stats helps. I think that broader picture, if those can be incorporated. Just want to dig in. I really appreciated the statistics on how calls for service happen. It seemed like a majority of them are coming from security guards, which I think is a really important role that they play. Just to get really technical, do they do that through Wi-Fi, or do they have cell service in the tunnels, for example?
Great question. So the majority, the LRT platforms have Wi-Fi access. It's when you're traveling in the train through the tunnels. And so the guards can use their cell coverage or the Wi-Fi to communicate with, they use their cell phones to communicate to the control center. And that's why you often see them on a phone. They're not, playing a game. They're communicating directly with the control center through their phones.
But it seems like regular riders don't have access to the control booth through Wi-Fi, do they? Like, you can transit watch, you can text, but if you don't have cell service, you're not able to connect directly?
You can on the platforms in the same places the security guards would. The challenge can be when traveling on the train between stations or in the tunnels where you lose that connectivity.
But sorry, so they can do that? Like, if you're texting, if you're on the platform and your texting isn't working, how do you contact transit security?
I see your question. So you can text Transit Watch, but if you can't text Transit Watch, you can use the blue emergency phones. If you can get phone coverage, if you can get cell coverage, you can call in. But this is one of the challenges with the underground coverage issue.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering where are we at with that? I know that one of the options in the report was for cell service, but I don't believe that that's publicly accessible cell service. I think when we talked about it at budget time, there was discussion of third-party operators potentially coming in to put in that infrastructure. So where are we at with getting cell coverage in the train system?
Yes, we're having active conversations with telecom partners around this. They would, of course, need to invest in their infrastructure to be within a station, so there are active conversations underway. There may be a small amount of infrastructure the city needs to invest in, but that is continuing, and it would be in parallel. We would need a separate comms network for that train to wayside system, and then a separate one that would be public access.
Okay, great to hear that that's ongoing. And then in the meantime, have we explored potential apps that would enable riders to connect with transit safety through Wi-Fi when they don't have that cell service?
So the Transit Watch is something that is used by many agencies across Canada, and there are some that have a Transit Watch app. We believe, adding the text function, that's very accessible for many users, and
Except when they don't have service, right? I think that's the tension.
Yes, I see your point, and something we can look into further. We've done some research on those.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think in the interim, as we're waiting for that cell service to come in, if there are ways that we could enable the Wi-Fi access, that would work with what we have. Then maybe just really briefly, is there, just in terms of the motion, in terms of the transit space activation, customer support at stations, and the cleanliness, again, I'm always interested if we can think really creatively about combining those functions. So more of like a station host who is sort of both security guard, maybe a tidier upper, and also can provide some of that, location or direction services. Does the motion give you capacity to think really holistically about those positions?
Yeah, I think we would look holistically. We certainly don't want overlap or redundancy. Our thinking with the station attendant, we've done research on a number of agencies across Canada and North America that have done this. And it's very distinct from a security guard type of function where it's providing customer information, supporting, understanding wayfinding, faring, any questions customers may have. And so we see these as working, kind of in tandem, side by side with security rather than one role doing both. But we certainly can look for if there's opportunities to be as efficient as possible.
That's great. Yeah, I think there are just some great, again, just a lot of what I think needs to happen in the stations is just a little bit of litter pickup on a really frequent basis. And so if we have personnel that are there and can maybe do that as part of their work function, I think that really gets us a long way. I'll stop there as I'm almost out of time. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I see our colleagues there from Edmonton Police Commission. Are we able to ask them any questions?
They are not part of the delegation, but they're welcome to join the delegation any moment they wish to.
Are you willing and able to join? As you're walking down, I just wanted to ask a little bit. So I mentioned a bit earlier, I think I've seen a lot of great communication from the City of Edmonton, especially in the last 2 months. I think even just as this meeting started, there was yet more posts coming from the City of Edmonton communications side of things. Wanted to get a sense of how you're finding working with EPS to utilize their networks too, because I think there was finally a post on June 15th, but it's I think the first time in probably 6 or 8 months that I saw a post dedicated to some of the ongoing actions that are being taken, and wondering how we can make sure we're also leveraging their reach, because I think they even have like a bigger Facebook following than the City of Edmonton. They have a lot of folks that rely on their sources, and how are we finding from the city side of engaging EPS to use their networks to communicate?
Yeah, I would say it's very positive, Councillor. We'll do more of that. I mean, there are two key connects. One is my office comms directly with communications at EPS, which is working well, and the second level is the city operations and transit folks directly with their partners at EPS. And of course, some of the changes we've made recently will further empower that from a city comms perspective, where Ops has its own dedicated sort of comms team to work on issues just like this.
That's great. Yeah, and I think ours is going excellent. I've been really noticing. And so maybe to the Commission, I'm curious a little bit, because while I mentioned there was finally a post from EPS, I'm curious about how you're working with EPS on communication about all of this. There's so much great work happening, and yet I don't often see EPS using their communication tools to clearly talk about that on a regular and ongoing basis. And considering this is such a large issue, I'm just a little surprised that they haven't been, using the same frequency of communication that we have especially over the last sort of 2-3 months when this coordination really took hold a little bit more. And so any thoughts on how we can better have EPS use their resources on communicating to the public about the good work underway?
So we've had ongoing conversations with the service about recognizing that they're part of this community, that their role, their mandate's very specific, and that's what they tend to want to talk about. But recognizing that they're now in partnerships and need to communicate in a more holistic way, I think has been what the Commission has asked of the service, and I would hope you will see more of that.
Okay, so essentially, I guess what I'm hearing is that you've asked to see if they can be, I guess even just for me, it'd be a frequency. This is what I think will be an ongoing body of work for another many, well, year or two or more, is it too much to ask for, whether it's monthly updates, something that they can be sharing using their social media and their networks about, here's what we're doing, so that whether they see it at the city side or see it from the EPS side, or preferably that they see it both, and it just becomes sort of a standard course of action of that we've heard that this matters. We know through the survey results that people are concerned, and here's what we're doing to try to make things better and give you confidence in making that choice to use our transit system, to go to the transit station. So is that I'm not putting you on the spot to say it has to be monthly, but a regular occurrence of communication from them.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So the commissioners have heard quite a lot over the last few months that they're deeply committed to the partnership with their city colleagues and those at Bent Arrow and actioning all the actions for the transit safety plan going forward. How the communication happens will go up to the commissioners, but primarily that governance group should be detailing what would work best for the audience and for council as well. There are other alternatives potentially. You saw, I think it was last week, there was an HSOC update conducted by the chief that got a lot of coverage on the safety progress being made there. So one of the questions the commission should be asking itself in the next few weeks is council the best venue for that, or do you get better traction on what you're trying to achieve through a press conference model? So that would be something we would be looking to work with our city colleagues on. What's the goal that council wants to achieve? What's it with messaging, and what's the best tool to get the best awareness through different media venues going forward?
So essentially what I'm hearing is that ideally they should be providing you with some type of communication plan going forward based on the conversations you're having. Is that correct?
Correct. It's just what the flow format, is it quarterly, is it monthly, is it something other cadence?
I'm out of time, but thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Jumping off Councillor Knack while we have the commission here, I'm interested in so when the commission hears this presentation, as having the chair here today, what sort of questions or how can the commission then ask the service about joint accountabilities and data and support around all of this? How can we make sure that this is a conversation happening at multiple tables, or is it already?
I mean, it is already. We've had presentations from the administration on their plan, from the service on their plan, and have been able to ask those questions. I think it was in a closed meeting, which is why maybe it wasn't in the public eye. I think some of those plans are in early days, and so it made sense to do it in a closed meeting, but those conversations are happening now and are ongoing.
Yeah, and building off what the mayor said earlier, so there is joint advocacy taking place from the commission and council or commission and the mayor's office to the province around upcoming announcements or priorities around safety. Are you able to elaborate on that, or is that for a future time?
I would defer to the mayor on that question, sure. I think, but we're working with his office to ask that question of the province. We've met with the deputy minister and assistant deputy minister from public safety to talk about that, and we're hoping for good news on how that money might be used until those officers get hired.
That's excellent. You've got that access already. That's great. And thank you again for being here today. And again, thank you to everyone. I thought, again, these updates are very helpful. It gives us a lot of talking points and a lot of facts that we can bring to community meetings, which is really helpful. So already it's improved what I can provide to my constituents. So again, thank you to everybody for pulling this together. And it's great to have, Bent Arrow, the police, the transit, the group, council, everybody on the same page together. So that's great. I had a question just around it. I'm not sure whether this is, I'll ask it to the city manager just because you referenced the task force meeting you had recently. Do we have any updates around the discharge problem, the discharge from remand into homelessness or discharge from emerge into homelessness? Do we have any updates from the province there about any movement or change in policy on their part?
I can go back and double check the notes for that meeting. I think there was a short discussion on that in terms of them agreeing that was a problem, and also we do know the province has funded a similar facility that we funded on the West End through Jasper Place Wellness, and which is directly dealing with discharge from hospital. So my understanding based on the short discussion we had was an agreement that was a problem, and them wanting to
yeah, that's
but not a specific plan.
That's the 36 beds, right? The Dr. Franceschetti?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
But we had funded the capital for one of those facilities, and the province had funded another and done operational supports to it as well. But that's dealing mostly with hospital discharge.
Yeah, in the spirit of collaboration, like we've got everybody at the table here except the province. I don't know, is it possible that we could have an invitation to, I don't know if ministers ever appear before council, or deputy ministers, or any other groups from the provincial government, that we could invite them to be part of the delegation too, because I think it'd be great. I had a number of questions about, like, how many recovery beds do we have? I don't know. Even if we arrested every single person with a lighter and a pipe, is there even room in the remand center? I don't know. Like, there's just a whole lot of unknowns here that I hear everybody at this table working hard, but how do we make sure that the province is here to help with those other elements that are in their care?
Yeah, Councillor Jantz, I can maybe take that one. I've had some very recent conversations with the Deputy Minister of Addictions at the province, and we've discussed this very aspect. Joint communications would be really helpful. We've had some really good meetings with AHS lately as well, so we are working on that very thing. As to whether they will show up here and council present is up to them. We could certainly do an invitation. I have been to many councils across the province when I was a DM and an ADM, so it's not impossible to do it, but we'll take that away. But we want to just, we are working on the data on that right now to understand what everybody's doing, and had some great collaboration from both AHS, Health, and Addictions.
And again, finally, in the definition of city core, is it possible to just expand it slightly from right now? It includes, we're talking about Chinatown and downtown. Can we broaden it slightly to about 78th Avenue?
For which particularly?
Just to ensure when we're talking about the city core, Mr. Hunter knows what I'm talking about, that we include White Ave and the south side in that element as well too. Yeah. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah. I think Councillor Jans make a good point of having administration part of this provincial administration part of this conversation, not the political, because you are administration to administration. So something to think about.
Yeah, we'll certainly consider that as we go forward, Mayor.
Yeah, good, thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to say, and the north side, Councillor Jans. And I wanted to, so I noticed on slide 10 again, one of the busiest stations has some of the least incidents. Is there a reason why? Do we know if there's a reason why? And if so, can we model that throughout the city?
I could start this off, and then I bet Sarah has something to add. But a lot of times what will happen is there's apathy that'll set in, and people calling will actually go down and reporting will go down. So if there are a lot of things that are happening there, the incidents might not actually be reporting. And until we actually start a better proactive presence in those places, that's when we'll see our spike again come up, and then we'll get an average baseline of reporting after that. Is that happening here? I'm unsure, but did I miss anything there?
No, I would just add that sometimes the design of a station, there can be unique context of a specific station may be busy, but be really great from an environmental design standpoint and may result in fewer incidents. So if you're referring to health sciences, for example, I mean, it's a very open, very visible station, and that may contribute to the incident numbers.
So yeah, I was just thinking maybe we could model future design that way then, if that might be an indicator. Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, very good responses. I'll pick up on a little bit of the perception that transit safety is only focused on downtown Chinatown. And, we've got some folks up in Belvedere and Clairview who are, they're facing their own fair share of concerns. So I'm just wondering if we can expand on that.
Yeah, maybe I'll start, Councillor Andre, here, just to say that, in fact, Clairview was the very first station. We did an experimental complete change in terms of how we dealt with some of these issues, and it was very successful. And that's a model that we've used in other stations going forward. So, again, we do watch where the incidents are tracking and where some of the biggest concerns are. But it's one of the reasons we went to Clairview first last year, and I'll just see if Dwayne wants to add to that.
I think you covered it off very well. And continued work with the EPS. It'll be exciting to see when we share our data, what we need in particular places for tools. It'll make things with their deployment a lot better. So a lot of exciting work to come. That's it.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, so it's basically to be determined how, in reporting, I guess, back to council, how stations are being prioritized for regular patrols.
We don't have a criteria, Councillor, yet, but we do look at the influences, so calls for service to EPS, to the city, to transit will be utilized, but as well as what can we actually do at that facility, and what can we change the facility? Do we need more proactive patrols? What do we actually have control over? That'll also be a consideration. So do we have an exact criteria as to what station we go to next? No, we do not.
Okay, so incidents, reported incidents, I'm assuming that would be one of the primary criteria, or no?
Yes, it would be one of them, and it's something we definitely want to work towards in the future.
Okay, because we do have that top 10 of stations with, luckily, nonviolent incidents. But so maybe we should expand on that. Dwayne, maybe you can tell us what you did in Clairview last year, and maybe Andre wants to hop in on that as well.
What we did at Clairview last year, and I don't remember the exact dates, but it'll be through the winter, and a lot of people were actually seeking shelter in the pedway underneath of Clairview Station that joins the east and west portions of that community. What we did there was we worked to enhance the facility. We were unable to actually lock the doors at night when it was not operational, and there was nobody there, so we increased our security guard contingent, we increased proactive patrols, and our EPS partners assisted by monitoring the community surrounding Clairview at that time. And what we found is we were really, really concerned, and ETS had made sure we didn't want to take away from service. So if people actually, when we shut down the station and took away the east to west pedway, did we take away a service from the Edmontonians that were utilizing it? So ETS actually put together a commuter bus that would take people, and we record the stats, how many people actually use it. We found that under 5 people utilized that. We were able to develop another system so we could remove the bus and not spend the money, and work with our security guards, and they actually became to know the people who are the people that work the later shifts, and they would walk them through one at a time. And it has worked for some time, but we definitely have to revisit and have a look at the stats. So that's a brief synopsis of what we did. I know you and I, Councillor, had some discussions around it. Am I missing anything?
Not that I'm aware of. Maybe Mr. Corbold, anything, or did that cover it?
No, I think that sounds accurate, and we found it to be very successful. So.
Okay, if it's not too much work, so it sounds like we've got everything already there. Is it possible to include info on that pilot in the next report? Just it's something that we can share with residents so they can see like, oh, okay, so that is actually the scope of work that we are already engaged in. Because there is this, unfortunately, still perception that there isn't a lot happening.
Yeah, certainly we could do that, Councillor. And the other thing I would say is that you know, we followed some of those lessons learned when we then went to Southgate after that to do some of the work there.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, you have a quick comment, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to build on the fact that our biggest challenge now, and will continue to be with everybody in these spaces, is sustainability. And we have the ability to have consistent communication with the people turning to these spaces, bridge them with services in some places, and utilize enforcement in others. Sustaining that over a long period of time is our challenge.
Yep.
And so we may have made these improvements. How long they last is what we really need to focus on.
Got it. Thank you. So we will take a lunch break at this time and be back at 1:30, and Councillor Tang will start the meeting. I have a 3D6 AGM to attend. I'll be back by 2:15. So Councillor Tang will be over to you at 1:30.
Thank you.
Yep.
live on the web.
Okay, great. It is 1:30. I'm going to chair this next little bit until Mr. Mayor gets back. So I'm going to start with a roll call. Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson? I think she'll join us shortly, hopefully. Councillor Paquette? Oh, Councillor Stevenson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette again? Okay, we'll come back. I am here. Oh, Mayor Sohi. Or not? Okay. Councillor Hamilton?
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yep, here.
Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans?
Good morning.
And Councillor Paquette? Are you there? No? Okay, it's not online. Yeah, okay. And Mayor Sohi? I think it's online,
I
but
don't
not.
think the mayor is, I don't believe the mayor's online, so just for clarity, he's in another meeting. We will remove him from the call.
Okay, perfect. That might be his just. Okay, great. So we have mostly everybody. We'll keep going with the questions then. We're still on 7.1, 7.2. Councillor Salvador? Yes, go ahead.
Great, thanks so much. Maybe just really honing in on the motion that's on the floor. If I could ask a question of the mover, and then maybe I'll ask it of administration as well. There were 14 areas that were outlined as potential opportunities for further enhancements. And just wondering, like these three in particular, could you explain a little bit like why you pulled them out and why you think they might be highest priority? To the mover. To the mover.
Sorry, I was not listening. I apologize.
That's totally okay. So just wondering if you could elaborate on why you pulled out these three particular actions from the list of the potential 14 and
Yeah.
maybe why you felt that they were like low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, well, I felt like there was a few reasons for that. First, they're very scalable. We could start, modestly and then scale them up as we see outcomes. Second, the Canadian Urban Transit Association had a task force on transit safety recommendations, and within sort of the sphere of what was in municipal control, these were ones that had promise. And then also thirdly, in consultation and discussion with ETS administration on ideas and places that they saw real opportunity and where they've seen success that could be translated to Edmonton from other municipalities in North America.
Okay, that is helpful. And maybe just to administration and to ETS, I noticed under, I think it was the quick win category, there was expanding safe washroom technology as well. And I just noticed that that's not on the list. Is that harder to implement? Just trying to gauge, are these the three that are the best ROI at this point?
A great question. Regarding the safe washroom technology specifically, we are currently piloting that in some washrooms. So I think it would be prudent to wait for some of the results of that pilot, and then we could come back next year, give us about a year or two to see how that goes. And in the meantime, we have the washroom attendants at 3 stations. I do think these are great, of the list, that these are some of the lower cost, scalable ones, and represent things that we're not doing right now. So they're good options.
Okay, fantastic. Bus service improvements, that one always stands out to me because I think opportunities to improve safety and security naturally occur when we have more people riding and on the system. When do we get to talk about bus service improvements?
Yeah, so in this report, we talked about it in a very broad, high level. There are some reports coming in August, specifically around transit service, late August. And so I think that would be a good opportunity to hear more about where the priorities may be and some opportunities there that could benefit from some investment.
Okay, fantastic. Also had a question about, it was sort of a longer term opportunity or medium term around the expanding SEPTED. And I know one of the recommendations in the CUDA report was reviewing transit stations or SEPTED reviews of transit stations that had higher levels of safety concerns, and just one that sticks out to me is Coliseum in particular, just knowing there's a lot of dark corners and the physical design is not great. Have we already undertaken SEPTED reviews of some of our stations?
Yes, we have done SEPTED reviews of most of the stations. I think we're also looking to get a few more perspectives on some of those to make sure that's a well-rounded, holistic assessments. The piece here would be not just completing the assessments, but implementing the recommendations. We have some opportunities with the $5 million grant from the province. They'll be able to share more. Some of that will be towards these types of low-cost investments for SEPTED. But the idea here was, up till now, we've generally been doing that through renewal. So when a station is up for renewal, we address the SEPTED items there. This idea here would be to more proactively be able to go and have some capital dollars to do some of those fixes. So that's what that is.
Okay, that's exciting to hear, and yeah, I mean, it'd be great to see a stadium station level improvement, but obviously that's long term and depends on pretty extensive capital dollars. Okay, in the last 35 seconds, really quickly, honestly just wanted to commend you on the journey map, the customer journey map. I don't think that's come up yet, but I found that a really useful tool for sort of really understanding what that start to finish journey looks like. And maybe to turn that into a question, do you see the three items here enhancing some of those pinch points or pain points along customer journeys?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one that often stands out when we're talking about transit safety is the waiting at the stop or waiting at the station when people are waiting, and many of these items address that. But some of them not just at stations. For example, the analysis of bus stop locations helps with, the not stations, but the bus stop level type of infrastructure. So a lot around the waiting, and then some are about riding on board. Like the remote communications, for example, which and tunnel intruder, some of them also apply to those points in the journey. But the ones in the motion specifically, I think, help make that more vibrant, inclusive public spaces where people feel more welcomed and feel like they have access to information, and that's a really important
Thank you.
piece.
Thanks.
You're out of time, and I should have paid more attention to that. Sorry about that. Councillor Wright? Councillor Wright?
Oh. Right or Rice?
Right, that's you.
Oh, okay, thank you, sorry. So I'm just wondering about our partnership with Bent Arrow. Are we straining the resources that they have available?
No.
I'm sorry, no was the answer? Okay, maybe actually
sorry,
if I can come back when I'm in better self-representation.
Okay, that sounds good, but I think
Okay,
Robbie
just get bumped to the bottom of the list, thank you.
Okay, I think Robbie has something to add to that. Do you want to go ahead with your mic on?
Well, I was just saying there's no strain on the resources that we have been providing the users of transit that we've been offering services to.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll come back to you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Okay, so my first question still go back in compliments. So I heard we have 16 days to respond to that, and also I heard we only clean the empty, the vacant incumbents, and for some incumbents, and specifically in the not only inner city and also a little bit the outside the inner downtown core area, how we ensure those people and who actually in those incumbents and receive the access to our services.
The way that we ensure that encampment occupants are aware of the services, whether they choose to avail themselves or not, is we do the best that we can to provide information about the different agencies that are available, the shelter spaces that are available. We also, as part of our enhanced encampment response, we are working more closely than ever with our social agencies in the downtown.
But it's my understanding we only respond to those needs, and based on we have the residents reported and say we found or we noticed the incompetence in certain like Riven area. So we it's my understanding we don't have like the proactive outreach and to really help people there. Is that correct?
It is true that the social ecosystem does not have sufficient resources to do the proactive outreach that you're describing. Currently, our response is complaint generated. So as I mentioned, in 2022, there were 9,300 calls to 311 regarding encampments. And we, based on our resources, we assess those encampments according to risk. And then we proceed with our cleanup based on the volume and our resources that we have available.
So then situation ends up and they still stay in the revenge system for a long time, and still they did not receive the services as they needed. And right now we keep received the complaint and from residents around the area. So is there any city plan could address this issue?
We are fully deployed with the resources that we currently have.
Oh, I couldn't hear anything.
Sorry, I said that we are fully deployed with the resources that we currently have.
So that means that with the limited resources, we cannot address certain complaints, even keep received at the counselor's office and for the incompetent and in certain revenge system. So that is what I heard. I just want to confirm this publicly.
Yes.
And I keep received the phone calls, emails, and in certain, and it's still there and it's still not resolved.
Yes, as I as I mentioned during the presentation, between 2016 and 2022, encampment-related requests for service to 311 increased by over 1,000%. Our resourcing has not kept up to speed with that.
Okay, thank you for that. And then next question about the overall cost and between June 1st and 21st, 2023. So I just want to understand better for those percentage is an increased percentage compared to the previous months or the same months last year, or is just demonstrated in this month, this is a percentage over overall costs and for services we receive for top 3.
Yes, Councillor, those numbers are just for this period, June 1st to 21st, 2023, although I think we heard earlier a desire to be able to compare some trend lines over time for future reports. So we'll take that away and look at working that into future monthly updates.
And to me, and this data, this data means, means our ridership increase. Does this mean our safety concerns still keep increase through these call phone numbers or call numbers increase? And I just try to understand what is this data demonstrate the improvement for our safety, or is just a number?
Yeah, I think because it, as you've noted, because it doesn't show trends, you can't really extrapolate is it improvement or going down. I think it is good to see where the calls are coming from. For example, the security guards are a source of a lot of the calls, but we'll take that noted in terms of understanding the trends is important.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So I'm just curious, we asked this question a month ago, or almost a month ago, and I'm wondering if we have a little bit of clarity on this, and that is, what are we tracking as crime and incidents in and around transit centers? For example, when is something a transit issue versus an outlier community crime? Are we tracking that data, paying attention to trends? I'll give you a hard example, and that is Belvedere Station, where we see that there have been a number of calls, but also in the community of Belvedere, there have been a disproportionate number of calls. So are we correlating these things?
Specifically to Belvedere, I do not have any numbers for you, Councillor, but we did today present just the impacts in the community surrounding this Southgate, when we took our approach there, are we mature in our understanding of the impact in one place and the spin-off in the other? No, we need to understand that more. We are looking at it, but that's more work we have to do with our EPS partners on the sharing of information there.
Okay. So do we have sort of a timeline in mind about when we are adequately sharing that information, when it will be open and robust?
I wish I had a great specific example. We're doing it as quick as we can. We are working on frameworks right now. We're doing them informally, sharing information. We need to build a formal process so it's more robust and can do it on a continual basis, and we're in the middle of working through that, the MOU, and identifying the members of our data and statistics analysis group. So we have one group that is made up of people from all the interested parties and building this. So we're getting there, we're just not there. Hopefully we have something in the next coming monthly updates for you.
Okay, so if I'm understanding it correctly, the idea is to use Southgate as sort of a study area and potentially a template, expand those learnings to other stations and to other communities.
Yes, and build on them. You're totally right.
Okay, all right. All right, so just to pin, Clairview Estates condos within that 2-block radius of Clairview Station has had a wild amount of break-ins and disorder. So it's a terminus station, it's the end of the line. And so, I'm not sure if we're tracking those things or paying attention to them or looking at those numbers together. And maybe that's something that we do in the future, is what I'm understanding. Am I understanding that correct?
Counselor, maybe I can help just jump in quickly. It's Eddie Robar. Sorry, I don't have my camera on. I've got some issues there, but
your picture is great.
The program itself, I think the one thing we can say is we've got a program that we're doing right now that's working. We see that when we interject that program into a facility, we see the numbers go down. When we remove it from the facility, we see the numbers go up. So what we're saying is, as we build this program out, we've got 18 or a number of more EPS officers coming that'll give us the broader scope to build out the program. So we know we have a recipe that kind of works, and we kind of look at that extra resourcing that we get to build up the program and start expanding it out and see how far we can get with the program itself, if that makes sense.
Okay, and from what I'm understanding is data and cooperation from EPS is pretty vital to these efforts.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then next, I just wanted to touch on something I heard earlier this morning really quickly, and that is, we're offering help, but not everyone accepts the help. Do we also track why they're not accepting the help? Does it have to do with we've got our shelter minimum standards, which aren't actually being followed. So does that play into it?
I can only offer anecdotal evidence. Sometimes when folks are disinterested in accepting help, they are also disinterested in providing the rationale. And so it's very hit and miss. It would only be speculative about why people choose to accept or not accept help. Everyone's on a different path to recovery and their own journey.
Sure. Okay. So can we communicate with people and say, listen, we're just trying to help. We're collecting this information so we can make this help actually work for you. Is there a reason? That sort of thing. Are we actually being proactive in how we gather that data, or so that we can gather that data?
Yeah, our various outreach workers and partner associations are always curious and asking those questions. We have heard in the past that, yes, some people don't feel safe in shelter. Some people don't feel welcome in shelter. Some people just would prefer to live rough. We've heard various reasons provided.
Great, thank you very much. You're out of time.
I'm out of time. Thanks.
I'll take a turn. Councillor Rice, if you don't mind taking the chair.
Oh, take it.
I have a lot of various lingering questions. I was curious about integration. You've highlighted various aspects of integration. What about integration with some of the other players, like the ones outlined in the multidisciplinary outreach report? We've heard we have 23 different outreach teams. I think a few of them are mentioned here. But just curious about that integration. I guess this question will be for, I don't know who wants to take that one on.
Well, I would say that as our COT teams and our TPOs and our overdose prevention teams, as they move throughout the transit system, that they have their relationships and they are coordinating and providing handoffs and information to other agencies as they are able. Could they be more coordinated and integrated, to your point? Of course. I think it's still a work in progress.
So I will offer, for example, partnership with mutual aid as part of the expanded outreach, partnership. I imagine everyone has a relationship with them. I don't necessarily see them being reflected here, but I'm just cognizant that the integration is much bigger than what is presented, right?
With, in particular reference to mutual aid, some groups are more or less willing or interested to work with folks who are in enforcement.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like in this chamber, we've heard some interest in that, but I don't know how much of that's actually realized. And I was wondering if you can comment too a little bit about like what is the OP12 impact of all this? We're talking a lot of frontline resource. I'm hearing a lot of frontline resource, not quite there. We are undergoing this really significant exercise. Can you comment on a bit of that?
Well, I think the OP12 conversations are still live. And I believe a further conversation is coming in August, I believe. And then that's when some discussions can be made regarding resourcing and priorities.
Do you foresee that conversation not, recognize it's not published or finished with the report, but do you foresee that conversation potentially answer some of the resourcing challenges that has been flagged today?
Yeah, as council directs, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you. A bit of a question around rider journey. Do you have any insights on, transit centers that are connected to, say, retail or a fairly significant shopping center? Any insights on improvement in perception of safety if people are able to reload or buy art cards like at a machine inside the shopping center versus outside?
That's a really interesting question. I don't think we haven't asked that specifically of riders because it hasn't really, we're still rolling out ARC and it hasn't been an option yet, but that's something we can look at in the future as an idea.
Yeah, I think a few people have raised it for me with Millwoods Town Center, so I just wanted to flag that for now. And just in terms of, I think this was about the rider satisfaction survey. Sorry, I think I got a little confused with my own notes here, but I guess I was a little bit surprised that, over the last year and a half, we've added so much additional measures. I think this is rider satisfaction. It actually decreased significantly compared to a year ago. Yeah, I guess a bit of response to that.
Yeah, it's disheartening for sure. We also are disheartened when we see that. I don't think that that necessarily means we're not doing the right things. I think, as people hear about this particularly, and that's why the communication plan is really critical here, it does influence people's perceptions, what they're hearing in the media and their experiences. So I think we need to keep going and we'll see those trends change if we stay on the track.
And then do you have a number for like the Transit Watch usage rate? Like number of texts per month, and how does it compare to, say, like a year ago or the month before?
I don't have them right in front of me, but we could get those. We could maybe incorporate that next month if that would be suitable.
that would be, I'll be interested because I'm curious if Edmontonians are actually using the tool. And I guess earlier, Dwayne, I had a question for you in terms of comparison from data a year ago. I don't need it now, but if at some point just flag that for the next time, it'll be really helpful as well. Yeah, I have 20 seconds left. I'm gonna stop there and I'll take the chair. Actually, I'll move a third round, I think.
Second.
Please vote for the second round.
Councillor Wright in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So return the chair to you.
Thank you.
10.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I won't speak to it. I think some of my questions I could have made speaking notes. Just circling back on the conversations with the province around housing and the winter shelter strategy, have we been able to provide the province with the data we have in terms of the utilization of different shelters to help inform sort of what makes a shelter used the most?
The GOA actually is the custodian of that data.
Okay, great. So even like the ones that we have in terms of the Jasper Place and the ones that we funded at the Sands Hotel, they have all of that data as well?
We have provided that, correct.
Perfect. Okay, great to hear. Just maybe a broader question around, I deeply value the work of Bent Arrow and the joint governance model that's happening there. Again, what are some of the steps that we're doing to bring in other partners to this space as well? So those connections with crisis diversion, Boyle Street, Bissell Center. I know that that's one of the, I think it's number 7 on the list of different initiatives. Just wondering if you could talk through what's happening there and what resources you might need to advance those conversations further.
We're doing it in several different arenas, and that data sharing is one portion of it. So they're contributing, like 247 obviously is part of the Unison project. They've been there. Informally, we sit on each other's meetings, and when we see an opportunity to engage in one and work with one another, like during our extreme weather protocol, assisting with outreach workers on the buses last year, that's where we'd work together. We likely could do more for sure, but that's as far as we've made it.
Okay, great. And I think our next item we can circle back to that. Just finally, I think you might be a victim of your own success, which is I had initially been thinking that monthly was going to be too frequently, but you've come back with so much additional data since last month that I think it's been really helpful in the conversation. But I do recognize that CUDA was recommending a quarterly touch point. So just wondering if when you come back in August, if you may have again, I think there's value in us having these more frequent touch points as we get up and running, but just wondering if when you come back in August, you may have some recommendations around an update frequency that you may allow us to entertain.
We'd appreciate that, and coming back and seeing what would the best was. This does work, and it is a great conversation, so thank you very much. But we don't want to take away from the work either at the same time, so thank you.
Absolutely. Great. We'll look forward to your advice on that balance. And because I won't speak to it, I'll just say, again, thank you so much to you, to all the partners for the integrated work that you're doing and the excellent focus and approach that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rice.
So one quick question regarding the motion for 7.2 under part 1, number C. So that specifically is reflect the safety plan for the number 5. This could follow the combination of the 2023 Enhanced Clean Government of Alberta grant. So I just wondering that Government of Alberta grant is an ongoing grant for this enhanced clean services, or is just one time?
So the grant from the Government of Alberta is a 1-year grant from spring to spring following the GOA's budget timeline. So after the spring of next year, that funding at this point would run out. And so this would pick up to continue that cleaning after that time.
Okay, so this one is just based on assumption, and we will not get the continued grant and from Government of Alberta. So is that correct?
We would assume the grant is not continuing and bring forward a service package for that level of cleaning to continue with the city funding it, something around like that.
Okay, so that is my first question. Thank you for that clarification. And the second question regarding the Century Park LRT station, specifically for vandalism, and then the increase in 2023 in May and almost close to the triple. And is there any specific plan and the city has and to really ensure this number is not keep increase?
Your mic, please.
Sorry. Were you referring to a particular slide just to help me through the question?
Yeah. Yes, and specifically this slide is the transit safety perception of safety data at the Central Park LRT station. is perception of safety.
Thank you. I've got it 17 right here. And what are we looking at doing to prevent that from continuing?
Yeah,
That-
continually increase. And because compared to the last year, this number increased almost triple, 3 times.
So, like I'd mentioned before, is the sustainability. The program was working in those 2 locations. We weren't able to keep up the resourcing there. So now what do we look at doing? So this is where we really couple. And to come back to the motion that Councillor Rutherford had made around the 3 items, it's really important how we roll out those 3 items. Like we go in just going and doing an activation of a space on its own isn't the smart thing to do, or maybe not will work out for us. When we go and we do some work in the area, now coming in with that opportunity would be a great thing there. That's what we're looking at doing now is, can we change the environment there? We're specifically at Southgate right now. We're not doing it at Century Park only because we don't have the resources to do both right now.
So from my understanding, based on the motion on the floor right now, the motion is 3 items specifically is not about prevention, and it is more about and how we can improve the customer experience at this station. So what I'm looking for the answer is there any specific prevention actions we could and ensure this number is not keep increase, and because this is actually creates the damage and for the RT station as well.
So specific, we would turn and look back to our hotspot policing, and we'd have to look at patrols. But if we do it properly and we do activate the space, it will have preventative value to it. We wouldn't look at only including it to sustain the work that we would done. We would look at utilizing it so it prevents people from engaging in whatever type of behavior in that space. So it would have preventative value to it as well.
I'm still struggling for the answer, and the reason for me to say that, and based on today's updates, yes, what we keep hearing over and over is the limited resources. And then, but it's not only about the limited resources, and I would like to say that integration resources, and we talked last month, and how we use that more efficiently, and to really and then use those measures to indicate the progress. And instead of every month we come back, we still use a measure and then still not see the progress in the way as we expected. Yes, some progress made it. I just want put that question there. I'm still not satisfied for the answer for this, but I want this question to be there to raise awareness. Thank you.
Can you also please take the chair?
Yes, the chair is taken.
Thank you. Just a couple final things. For that GOA housing for winter emergency, 1,200 spaces, that will start November?
Last year, they gave us 2 years of funding.
Okay.
And so I don't know the state of whether they drew down their extra spaces over the summer or not. I'd have to get back to you on that.
Right. I guess, I think it's not too long ago, West Jasper we just got the update that they were closing, and it was in May, and I feel like could we just elongated that so that there's not such a break that resulted in such challenges that we're seeing with encampment and stuff? Wondering perhaps just moving forward, that's something to consider, which I'm sure you were talking about lots anyways.
Yeah, in that particular case, the operator did not have an interest in considering or in continuing with that service. It wasn't a funding issue.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And then curious about how the integration piece integrates into any of the treatment and the recovery oriented services that AHS does. Just because I'm thinking, we're running out of places to take people to. Clearly, there's so much, and like addiction issue has increased dramatically. We can support people where they're at. Yet whenever we talk about root causes, we're often directed to the recovery oriented services, etc. and I know we don't do case management, but I'm sure some of our departments do. How are those linking up? Are the folks that we are interacting with eventually, how do we know that they're getting the help they need when it comes to addiction?
That would rely on a data set and a data sharing across multiple organizations that simply doesn't exist at this moment. We, as an administration, have had some very fruitful conversations with AHS. We are working to get a better understanding of what their total capacity is in the Edmonton region. So at the administrative level, there is some great line of sight that's developing.
Okay, that's good. And I think I'll just keep asking that whenever this comes up, because I'm quite actually shocked by the numbers that David, you had shared earlier about the Narcan. That's, again, feels like we've included so much measures, yet these numbers are not improving as well, and that is incredibly disheartening. Just back to that question about the cell service and the Transit Watch app, there's exploration. Do you have a sense of timeline?
We have some information. We could find an opportunity to circle back with the information we have, but it's not a long timeline. I say we could look in the next 6 months or come back with some information. Yeah,
that's great. And that's it from me. I'll take the chair back. Thank you.
Chair is returned.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, Mr. Hunter, on slide 13, your observations say that incidents, I guess, have decreased for the evening shifts, but it looks like in the table that it's actually almost doubled April to April.
Councillor, what we're trying to depict there, that is in response to a question from the last verbal update, and it's to show that when we didn't have our proactive resources, we're patrolling in the area. They were finished at 5 p.m. It was simply a day shift. We had a look at what happened after our proactive patrols left the area, and that was what resulted in calls for service. So the number of incidents. So when they increase, it simply shows that at that point in time, if we're not there, the calls will go up.
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. Like, so do we need to increase those, or reschedule maybe some of those resources to be evening as well?
In the future, when we do have, the program has built into it the proper deployment, which will include 24 hours a day. So when we get to our goal of what we're trying to achieve, and that will be a deployment schedule that will tell us what type of knowledge, skills, abilities, authorities. So do we need outreach, police, TPOs, security guards in that location and at that time? By integrating our data with EPS, we'll know those answers, and we'll do that. So when we see things like this, we will simply be deploying the appropriate resource to them, and time won't be an issue.
And resources would be available at those evening and late night hours, and rather than having them scheduled maybe during the AM peak where they're not needed.
That's an impossible question because we don't. Go ahead. I think.
Councillor, maybe I can here. Okay. I'm going to soon jump in quickly, but I think Councillor Wright, I think for the deployment activity that you're seeing there is when we deploy our officers, or that programmed approach that we have, that deployment is having an impact. That's what that chart shows you, is the impact that we're having with that. If we were to shift that to the evenings, you would rightfully so see the decrease in stats in the evening hours, but those morning hours would then increase. So I think what we're seeing with the program that we're putting out is that we're having an impact. We have a recipe that kind of works, but the problem is having that deployment activity throughout a 24/7 period. We know that when we get more EPS officers, we're going to be able to deploy more folks to those regions and be able to kind of spread it across more places. But will we get all of the facilities that we need to? We're not sure of that yet either until we look at that deployment methodology and understand how that's going to be deployed.
Okay, and so we have more interactions in that AM period?
We are having interactions.
The incidents down?
Yeah, we're having interactions. Yeah, throughout the whole day, we're having interactions with folks. We're working on that presence and that obviously the presence is going to bring up the perception of safety with the group. We are seeing the impact from that. Obviously, we would love to create a full 24/7 shift period as well, but the resourcing currently doesn't allow us to do that. The one thing we know is we have a program that's effectively having an impact, and that for sustainability purposes, we'll be growing the scope of what that means when we get the new resourcing that's coming down the pipe here. And then we'll be able to look at that deployment methodology and look at how much we can impact then and update council on what that looks like.
Okay, what new resourcing coming down the pipe?
We have another 36 officers, the 50 officers that are coming, and that's going to help us.
That's what was approved in the budget you're speaking of.
Correct.
Okay, the PPOs. Okay. And do they have sufficient resources with the like with Bantero? Do they have resources to match up, or do we need to be looking at other agencies?
So what we're looking through right now is looking at a deployment methodology that works, look at our resourcing, and we'll be able to update you later on one of these monthly updates on what that looks like for deployment and where we are for sustainability of the program going forward.
Okay, and for these TPOs, is there any sort of gap or concern in recruitment for these positions?
Well, I think they're EPS officers, the 50 of them, and there's obviously a training component that goes along with that. So deployment of those officers.
I thought I was talking about the TPOs that we approved. I think it was an extra 25, 26 in the last budget.
Yeah, I think David can speak to the TPOs, but they'll all be combined with that kind of programmed approach.
Unfortunately, you're out of time. You're out of time if you want to go one more round.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
I'm going to hand out my chair back to Mayor Sohi.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tank. So that concludes the questions on this report. We have two motions on the floor. First one, 7.1 to receive for information, and the second one has some actions attached to it. So with that, I will open up for anyone to speak to these motions. Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, I want to thank administration and all of our partner organizations for this work. This is our second check-in, so our data gathering and the implications of what that mean will still grow. But this is a very, very excellent, important way for us to have this public dashboard that everyone can see. We can all track, and we can see who is doing what, who is stepping up, and who is going above and beyond. And this way we cast light on all of our efforts. And this is a way that we can demonstrate not just to the public, but to other orders of government and to all of our helping organizations and everyone across the city, the work that we are doing and what is lacking and what needs to be bolstered. And the questions the council have asked today are frankly excellent. And I think that this is an excellent exercise and something that I also do believe that other cities will take note of. I've had some conversations already with other city councilors in other cities, and they're very interested in following what we're doing here. So we're on the right track. And again, thank you to council, to administration, all our partner organizations.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you very much for this collective effort. I thought the presentation was actually really smooth and just really demonstrated that everyone was playing a critical part. I guess I'm kind of leaving away with a few things. We're now in a wealth of data and just trying to kind of know how to move forward. And I think to Mr. Corbell's point earlier, we've gotten really good at addressing the symptoms of issue, and we've putting a lot of resource. We've had so many added measures on a number of fronts. Things are not necessarily improving when it comes to overdose, for example, and sometimes I feel like at a loss in terms of what more can we add to that. I'm really heartened to hear about the story from Robbie today about the family reunification, and it's a good reminder that sometimes not everyone wants to receive help because they're not ready, but they may be ready in a few weeks, and we have the people on the ground who have those relationships for them to come back to, and keep up that great work. I think that's really important, and those stories are really critical. And equally, I'm very excited about the ethnographic research as well, because I think we'll hear more stories like that. One thing I did just want to flag, because I think it's kind of tangentially related to this. I didn't really want to ask about it, but I figure I'll just include it in my closing comments, is kind of transit centers are now vacant. I have a few in my ward. There's just a lot of uncertainty about what's happening to them, and creates a sense of lack of safety, or kind of, I think, affects perception of safety. Something I think we just need to kind of take into consideration. So not directly part of this conversation, but that's what this report sort of surfaced for me. So I think we flagged a few additional pieces for you to come back for the next month's update, but thank you very much for being responsive to the questions and the, I guess, inquiries about data from last time. And I really appreciate the iterative and responsive nature that you all have taken. And the very collective way you have demonstrated how you're working together. There is no shortage of efforts in this space, and I'm glad that we're focusing on what's within our control. When I was looking at these number of recommendations, one of the things that surfaced for me was like, where do we start? So I'm glad that we have someone part of active in the transit community, nationally following that conversation, and being able to work with administration to identify those key priorities. I look forward to next month's conversation and the updates. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Again, just a huge thanks to all of you for the work that you're doing, the coordination that's happening. It's clearly evident, and and I'm really encouraged by what we're getting on this. I didn't ask about it, but just I will flag on the transit space activation, which I am wholeheartedly in support of, and I heard some of the great things, and I know I sound like a broken record because I brought it up numerous times, but if there's like truly, I don't know if we need to put a call out to the BIAs and say, hey, is there any business that would for like happily lease space in our transit centers for $1 to put up a coffee pop-up shop, to put up some type of commercial enterprise? I know folks have been working on that from the city quite a bit, but I don't know if that's like, that to me is one of the best ways to try to activate those spaces and make them feel safer. Is there's like a permanent presence of people. I know we all know that. So I just hope that as part of Part A in Councillor Rutherford's motion, which is excellent, that would include looking at some of those commercial opportunities, not just the artistic opportunities, which I think are good, but commercial opportunities would be so wonderful in those spaces. So just wanted to flag that. Again, communication-wise, just want to say thank you. I've noticed a great focus on that from the city's resources. I think we are doing a really good job. There's a lot of content to share. I think it's becoming more prominent. I've noticed the volume of calls and emails from folks starting to go down. I still get a lot of folks who will share that one post on Nextdoor or that one post on Facebook about their negative experience, but I am starting to see that there's enough other material to show people that it's not as bad as you might think. There's still a lot of work we have to do, and we can't let up on that. But I think folks are actually starting to hear about that investment that's being made and the coordination that's happening. So again, that's a huge thanks to everyone involved from the city side, and my thanks to the commission for coming earlier. I know they're not here now, but just seeing that they might be able to work with EPS on what their communication plan could look like to be collaborative and cooperative with our communication could go a long way. Just the last thing, I was asked today at the lunch break, because we were chatting about some of the challenges in the West End, and I got asked a question like, am I hopeful? And I was like, I actually don't think I'm hopeful yet. I'm hopeful because of the work the city's doing and the coordination that our city's doing, and I'm hopeful about the coordination happening between the provincial and city administration, but I'm still waiting on that, and I know Mr. Corbould is working on this here, but like, I remember the last time you said the province says they have implemented everything in the October 1st recommendations. That's clearly not true, because one of those recommendations was minimum shelter standards, which required 24/7 operations, a greater investment so folks could have safety and security and better humanity. And so I'm still a little troubled by that seeming disconnect. They've said they've done it, and yet clearly the recommendations have not been implemented. And I know I have been one, especially over the last few years, to hammer on the province on that. And we just had an election, so I'm going to scale back my hammering today and say I would like to be cautiously optimistic that there is a way forward, because I've seen their investments in things like recovery centers, which I think are fantastic, and I think we should be clearly acknowledging that, and I want to make sure we give them credit for that investment. And that investment happening outside of Alberta will, or outside of Edmonton and Calgary, will actually benefit us because less folks may need to come to the main centers. But that is just one piece to the puzzle, and I'm not necessarily seeing the rest of the puzzle yet. So I want to be hopeful. I truly do. I hope we can get a really detailed breakdown from them. And I mean, I appreciate Councillor Jan's comment earlier. Like, you know, it'd be great to have the province here at the same table. It doesn't need to be a minister. We don't need to grill them, but just how are we all together working on what is a complex issue? We clearly have more to do as a city. I heard this from Mr. Jones today. Maybe we need to look to re-up our park ranger supply, because we are creating a bit of a bottleneck, even though there might not be a permanent place for people to get to. It does sound like there's something we could be doing more of, and I'll reflect on that over the next little while. But that's the only part that's sort of sticking in the back of my mind, is that I see some awesome coordination, some great data coming together now, and coordination of that data. But I'm still not seeing how that sort of more permanent solution is going to be implemented at this point yet, and I hope we can get there. And that's a little bigger than simply these monthly updates on transit safety and security, but I know how directly connected it is to those things. So I might not be hopeful yet, but I'm cautiously optimistic that we're maybe seeing a different direction. So thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I do want to start to say I really appreciate those monthly safety updates. This is actually really demonstrates to our Edmontonians, our city, take the public transit safety really seriously, and also demonstrates that collaboration efforts, and we work together to address those safety issues and to ensure our entire transit spaces and for all Edmontonians. I want to say appreciate city administration actually really put effort to demonstrate the identified additional 14 action items and in the report. And even though I know and we cannot implement all the 14 action items once, but I'm positive, and if we keep doing what we're doing and then working towards that final goal, and is to ensure our public transit safety, those 14 action items, and will be bring some tangible results to really improve our public transit safety. And also I want to say those monthly updates not only provide this information, and also to identify some gaps in our implementation and enhancement. So this is the point I really like it. And when we identify some gaps in our implementation, and we actually can take some like really effective actions on those gaps, and to really improve that perception of safety. And even through the measures, and even though, and I personally, I would like to see the measures as indicators and how we are implement our public transit safety and into the different stage. And instead of we have final target, even though I didn't say the final target, what is the final target we could define? And at that moment, our public, our Edmontonians will perceive our city's public transit safety is at the level everybody feel comfortable. So I didn't say that piece, but I am hoping, and we will get to that point as soon as we expected, and our ridership will come back, even increase more. So I appreciate everybody's work. I appreciate all the collaboration and between the different parts and for this work. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, taken.
I want to reiterate again the thank you to everyone in the administration for working in such a collaborative coordinated way. And I also want to thank Bentaro for their leadership and being part of this this solution and trying to figure out how to best improve safety and support the most vulnerable people who are struggling, not because of their own fault, because of societal issues and what has been done to people over decades and in some cases centuries, and the trauma that people continue to experience because of those what had happened to what done to them. So I really want to thank you, administration, for bringing this forward. One of the purpose of these monthly updates is to actually get this out into the public domain, so Edmontonians can see what we are doing, what is in our control to do, and also where the gaps are and how we're filling those gaps. And this motion will allow us to fill some of those gaps and enhance some of the work that is directly in cities' control. This report also gives me comfort that I can comfortably go to Edmonton and say we are doing what we can, right? We always look for more opportunities what we can. We can help stabilize the situation. Maybe we can reduce disorder and crime somewhat in public places, LRT and downtown and other places. But until, as Andre put it, until the underlying causes go unresolved, we would not be able to build truly a safe city for everyone. And that's the challenge. And, we will work with whoever wants to work with us to make life better and improve the safety and well-being of all Edmontonians. And I'm very hopeful that both the federal government, in our conversations with them about their role in urban indigenous area, as well as recognizing that housing and wraparound services go hand in hand, and working with new government at a provincial level, hoping that they will recognize that the lack of investment in these areas is actually contributing to some of the big challenges in our cities. Look forward to that conversation with both orders of government and moving forward. But I think we should not be in any illusion that what we are doing will truly make a huge difference in the safety. We will do what we can, but until those underlying root causes are not tackled, we will continue to face these challenges. But I think this allows us to have that conversation with Edmontonians too, because a lot of Edmontonians blame us as a local government for what's going on in LRT. I take the responsibility absolutely for areas that we are responsible, but we also need to have a clear communication on whose lack of investments are causing these problems, and we need to get good at that communication. So with that, I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Thank you. I won't be too long, but I did want to speak. I didn't have any questions because I felt like it was a very clear report, and I appreciated getting it before the weekend so I could read it and really digest in advance, because getting all of this information on the day of is kind of overwhelming. So I appreciate that commitment to getting it in advance so we can process it a bit. I also want to acknowledge the slide on the ticketing and warning data. I found that really helpful and appreciated that being included. And it did not go without notice that medical incidents after the discussion at the last meeting was moved from perception of safety to the safety category. And I also just want to acknowledge that I really appreciate that responsiveness. And for me, it sits way better in that space, because whether it's individual safety or collective safety, it's still and safety, like actual physical safety. I won't belabor too much on the motion on 7.2. I think, again, just reiterating that, yes, I think all of us acknowledge the Canadian Urban Transit Association Task Force on Safety recommendations. 3 out of the 4 pillars that they focus on are addictions, mental health, and housing and homelessness, which, while I would contend we do have some role in the housing and homelessness sphere, the other 2 are squarely not in our jurisdiction. But there is one pillar in which we do have influence. And I truly, I'm not as downtrodden, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word. I'm not as, I remain hopeful. That's the word I'm looking for. I remain hopeful that, yes, by just doing these things in silos, is it going to make a difference? No. But if we take these actions, we can turn to the Edmontonians that have elected us to represent them and say, we have and continue to do everything within our circle of influence to address this issue. And we can hold other orders of government's feet to the fire, more so when we can turn to Edmontonians and say that. Additionally, I truly do believe in the power of safety in numbers, and the more people we get using our system, whether it's a first-time rider that gets to have a customer support at a station and feel more confident in getting where they need to go, whether it's business activation in space, and I completely agree with Councillor Knack that should be one of the potentials that is explored, or whether it is just enhanced cleaning. And I recognize that right now there is $5 million in funding from the province for the spring to spring. And I would absolutely love if that became permanent funding from the province, but I also don't want a situation where we are next March, where we are going to have a significant drop in service level of transit cleaning. That is not, so this is a mitigation measure to me. If we end up not having to do that with our funds, because there is that collaboration that happens within our intergovernmental work, fantastic. But I also just trying to mitigate what I think would be a very bad look for us as a city council. So those were why those three were chosen, and I will leave it at that. And thank you for hopefully I encourage my colleagues to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So please vote.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So dealt with 7172. Now we are heading into 7.3, Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy Implementation Update. This was exempted by Councillor Stevenson. I'll go to administration for our presentation.
Thank you very much. As the team assembles, I'm pleased to be here to provide an information update on the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy implementation. This will be one of many updates we share with Council as we work to implement this multifaceted and long-term strategy, continuing over the coming months and years. Next slide, please. Maybe I should introduce everyone who's now sitting beside me. I'm sorry, I just jumped right in. My apologies. I am pleased to be accompanied by Nicole Harkis, Kelta Coomber, Ingrid Hugenboom, and me, Jennifer Flaman, as I look around the room, plus many folks online ready to answer your questions. All right, second slide. The CSWB's strategy vision is to support the purpose, safety, and stability for all who make Edmonton home using an equity-based approach. This vision aligns with the advances, the city plan guiding values, outcomes, and big city move of inclusive and compassionate, which focuses on ensuring people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities can thrive. Indigenous roots of the Edmonton region are celebrated, and newcomers feel welcome and at home. Equity-deserving communities feel safe and included, and our communities are free of housing precarity, poverty, and racism. Due to the scope and complexity of this work, it takes intention, determination, and time. We continue to try to find the balance between responding to immediate needs today and longer-term root cause prevention, and we are mindful to move at the pace of trust and relationship with community. I'll now pass it to Kelta Coomber, the project manager for the CSWB strategy implementation, to walk you through some updates on our planning framework, funding investments, and work to date on our community collaboration model. Kelta.
Thank you, Jen. As a refresher, the CSWB strategy has 3 core elements: pillars, outcomes, and actions. The 7 pillars that drive the strategy are anti-racism, reconciliation, well-being, crime prevention and crisis intervention, safe and inclusive spaces, poverty, and equitable policies. The pillars identify focus areas for the strategy while remaining broad enough to be responsive to emergent needs over time. Short, medium, and long-term outcomes articulate what the city's specific goals are for each pillar and have been further refined for clarity and to focus on the city's areas of influence. These outcomes can be found in attachment 3 of the report. Actions are how we are going to achieve the outcomes of the strategy and can be found in attachment 4. Many jurisdictions across the country have used a specific continuum to identify the categories of action that are needed to address complex challenges such as homelessness, racism, and social exclusion. We are using this same continuum in the CSWB strategy, which is represented from red to purple on your screen and in attachment 2. The continuum shows that emergency services are one of the many responses that we need to improve safety and well-being. We also need long-term investment in early intervention and prevention to address challenges before they occur or create more serious consequences. A common example to illustrate this continuum is homelessness. We know we can't end homelessness by focusing solely on emergency responses such as overnight shelters. We also need to invest in early intervention and prevention in the form of housing first supports, safe and inclusive housing, and wraparound services to prevent someone from falling back into homelessness or becoming homeless in the first place. This principle applies to all pillars. Only through concurrent action in emergency, early intervention, and prevention can we achieve the ambitious vision of the CSWB strategy. I'll now turn to the specific actions we are taking to achieve CSWB outcomes. These actions are also listed in attachment 4 of the report. CSWB funding has supported over 30 initiatives to improve safety and well-being in our city. Examples include $1.49 million for 25 community-based grants to address issues such as employment barriers for newcomers, youth homelessness, cultural connection, and healing from trauma. $1.17 million of CSWB funding has been provided for local anti-racism initiatives in the area of community justice, mental health, employment, and social participation. Funding has also supported long-term strategic work, such as the Truth and Reconciliation Municipal Response Plan, Anti-Racism Strategy, Indigenous Framework, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, Two-Spirit Plus Municipal Response Plan, Transit Safety and Living Hope Suicide Prevention and Community Mental Health Action Plan. Funding has also helped to address acute challenges related to safety, poverty, and homelessness through initiatives like the Bridge Healing Center, Drug Poisoning Response, Reach 24/7 Crisis Diversion, funding for women's shelters, Healthy Streets Operations Center, and the Integrated Call and Evaluation Dispatch Center. A CSWB evaluation framework is being developed in phases and will assess the impact of key initiatives, as well as the overall strategy's efficacy. We look forward to sharing more about this evaluation work with Council later this fall. In the meantime, we have mapped CSWB investments on your screen according to pillar and continuum of emergency to prevention, so that you can see where most investments have been made since 2022. As you'll note, funding has supported a broad range of areas, but there are opportunities to further balance the need for immediate responses with investment in root cause preventative approaches. In addition to driving impact through a number of investments and activities, the city is collaborating with various community partners on the CSWB strategy. Individuals, communities, social agencies, EPS, businesses, and all orders of government have a role to play in the safety and well-being of our communities. And the strategy is defined as community-driven and city-convened. There's no question that it is a complex endeavor to convene such a large and varied group of organizations and sectors. That is why a governance structure is in development that will enable the strategy to be community-driven and provide oversight, integration, and information sharing across multiple sectors. Administration has held 3 initial gatherings with community partners to explore a governance structure we are calling the community collaboration model. While the details and logistics of the structure are still being developed, we are headed in a positive direction and are working with community agency partners to ensure the approach we take is sustainable, meaningful, and based in relationship. Once established, the community collaboration model will enable the city to work with various sectors to achieve true collective impact towards shared community safety and well-being goals. And as time goes on, collaboration will continue to expand to additional communities and stakeholders, such as post-secondaries, businesses, persons with lived experience, and others. The gatherings we have held so far have given us a unique opportunity to hear from community partners about various gaps that could be addressed through remaining 2023 CSWB funding. Investment opportunities which are in the process of being assessed include addressing gaps in preventative programs for children and youth, culturally appropriate mental health services, and supports for persons with complex needs. Other ideas include support for community organizations to participate in CSWB strategy collaboration in recognition that collaboration takes time and resources, workforce training and staffing, as well as data sharing and research. After undertaking an assessment process this summer of these and other investment ideas, we will bring forward specific recommendation for Council's consideration in fall SOBA. I'll now pass it back to Jen for information on our upcoming work over the next few months.
Thank you, Kelta. Looking forward to the next 6 months, the CSWB strategy will continue to mature and reach important milestones. Highlights include the Community Safety and Wellbeing Dashboard, which will launch on July 5. The CSWB dashboard will be launched in phases, starting with the baseline data about safety and well-being trends in our city. Future updates will include information about how we are measuring the city's progress towards CSWB outcomes. Into the fall, we will continue to deepen our work with community and make progress on the community collaboration model. In Q4, we are also launching additional community-based granting opportunities for anti-racism, community safety and well-being, and MMIGW2S+. We will also bring forward recommendations for fall SOBA. Going forward, we will provide quarterly updates to Council to share successes and emerging opportunities. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll go to questions from colleagues. Councillor Stevenson, you exempted this, and we need a motion on the floor. Can you
Yes,
move?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just put receipt for information on the floor for now, recognizing that there may be another motion coming forward.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, questions.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much to the team for your work on this.
Sorry, can we just get the
Second.
who seconded that, please?
Thank you. You know, a really strong tension I felt reading through this report, and I'm sure that you experienced working on this, is the challenge between, you know, a really holistic strategy and then some of the focus, I think, in terms of implementation. And I think, you know, I think the strategy itself in its holistic nature is really solid. You know, I always go back to it and I can't critique it. I can't reduce it further. I think it really captures everything we need to focus on. I think the disconnect comes for me when we look at the funding pool, the Community Safety Wellbeing Fund, which is a much smaller pot. And I worry that we aren't getting to some really focused thought around that fund. So maybe some questions to dig into that a bit further. So, you know, I went back to the Safer for All report where I think some of the fund originated from, and it really speaks to that gap of the 24/7 supports. So recognizing that a lot of the social crisis intervention supports that we have are sort of 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. So just wondering if there's been some thought about looking to fill that key gap that's been identified.
I can start us off just in terms of the process that we're following for the remaining funds. I think, as you've noted, certainly there's a number of gaps in the system that have been long identified. What we're wanting to do through that process is really have community partners come to the table with us and help identify those gaps so that when we come to you with those recommendations for fall SOBA, we know that they come from a really solid place, informed by those who are in the front lines doing this work day in and day out as our community partners. And so certainly that's one area that we'll make sure to assess as we bring forward those recommendations this fall.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think that there can be some really great insights from those conversations. I think there can also be a challenge in terms of when there's funding on the table in terms of looking at that systems level. I mean, I guess maybe just another area of focus. I think my clock has stalled, just for the record. You know, I think a lot about some of the focus around because again, the pillars are right. I can't argue with the pillars, but I'm wondering about some of those intersectional things. So youth stands out for me. So thinking of youth, I think, it's both an immediate intervention. I think a lot of the violent crime we see in our city is done by youth. And then it's also that long-term intervention in terms of having those lasting impacts through the lifespan of someone. So wondering if that sort of lens or other lenses that you're thinking of are bringing some of that focus to the work.
I think one thing that we thought about in terms of the short, medium, and long-term outcomes is that very point about what can we do in the interim immediately to address some of these gaps, to make improvements, recognizing that a lot of this work, the complexity of it, the systemic nature of it means that we also need those long-term focus areas. So youth is a good example and certainly included in our outcomes. We're really thoughtful about where the areas that we as the city can make impact and have influence over, recognizing that the work we do with partners will come through that community collaboration model. We need both. We need areas we can show leadership in as a city, and also areas we can work collectively with community partners on.
Great. Well, another tension I feel is that we seem to be working to budget rather than budgeting to the work. And so I also feel that we're kind of artificially constraining our thinking in terms of, I don't think the $20 million is going to solve it. I also don't think it's the full, that fully represents all the investments we're making in this space, right? Which I think the report alludes to. So just wondering if we are working on thoughts around that in terms of growing the fund. Again, I'm thinking funding formula is an active conversation in terms of providing that consistent funding to different organizations who we've heard from are experiencing the challenges of ongoing contracts and a lack of certainty in their work. So is that something that we can expect to hear back in terms of sort of a financial model around the fund?
I might defer to our SFO if she's in the room about any ideas around ongoing program funding.
So I would say your observation is right. What generated this funding was the reallocation of police budget, and to some degree, the program has been constrained by that. And so I think all I would say is that to the extent that you want to grow the fund, that has to be part of the budget conversations going forward. But I think it is something that's potentially on the radar with Op 12. Now, I do think Op 12 comes with difficult decisions around service levels and redirections. So I think all of that goes into a budgetary process and would be something that you'd have to think hard about in the fall.
Yeah, I appreciate. Go ahead.
I would add, Councillor Stevenson, that I still think we also need to do some work to capture all the funding we're doing in CSWB. So especially not so much when it comes to some of the newer files like anti-racism and but when you think about well-being, that pillar, a lot of the funding that we provide for recreation centers, for example, contribute to the well-being. And I don't think we're capturing all that base funding that is contributing yet to the strategy. So my advice would be let's work on that this year to make sure that when we come forward, we're showing you all the base funding that's supporting this strategy directly and then indirectly before we get to a point of growing it.
I will stop you here.
Oh,
You can come back. Time was stopped.
Oh, okay,
You can come back for second round. Councillor Knack?
Well, maybe you just answered the other question I was going to have. So I would also love the idea, and I know I have, but I know that you probably need direction, and I'm guessing it's too late. But I'm still a little worried about just a single police funding formula, and I know we're not debating that yet because we've delayed that. But I'm curious if that conversation is solely going to be a policing funding formula conversation, or if that conversation allows us the opportunity to have a community safety and well-being funding conversation.
No, it's a police funding discussion, certainly, Councillor, based on the motion and everything, and we, yes, is what you're going to see.
Okay. Yeah. So in which case, then if there's ever any hope to actually do something that is more ongoing, to recognize sort of the demands in other areas and ideally our desire to do more proactive work. these two conversations currently, well, they are separate right now.
I would say they're linked, but they're separate. Yeah, from a resource perspective, they're separate. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I don't think I have any more questions for now. Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I have a lot of questions on this report. I guess first and foremost, do we know why this came to council and not to committee?
That is an excellent question.
Yeah, because
It might have been an ARC scheduling thing with summer and whatnot.
I have a lot of questions on it, and I'm full transparency, as you know, Ms. Flyman, I'm contemplating a referral back motion, but I'm also wondering, like, I don't want to stop the work, right? So this is where, does it need to just be a referral back to committee, so that we can have a fulsome discussion about this? Thoughts on that from your perspective?
I'll always defer to the clerk, but I think part of the reason why the timing is now is because there's some unspent funds that we are working with community in order to get to Fall SOBA, so we are coming up against a number of deadlines that we're trying to respond to.
Which is exactly, because so this is where the tension starts to hit, because in the report, it doesn't mention the city as a funder, as one of our responsibilities. It says we're a catalyst, we're a convener. It doesn't say funder. And funder, as I identified in one-on-one conversations with administration, creates dynamics within collaboration that I'm worried isn't being shored up right now, as one example. Thoughts on that?
Councillor, I can assure you that multiple dynamics are coming up in conversations with community, including the city's role, including power dynamics between what organizations maybe have more access to resources. So point taken, and I think that's why we're taking time to build the collaboration model. Likely it will be a made in Edmonton approach, because the feedback we're hearing is that there's not quite one collaborative governance structure that will be perfect. One thing we did hear very clearly during our gatherings in June was there needs to be absolute transparency around how funding decisions are made in order for people to feel really comfortable to participate in the collaboration model. So that's a conversation in progress right now.
Yeah, I guess, okay, so one of the things that I struggle with, okay, if the motion on the floor is receipt for information, this report has a lot of what I would call, and I don't know what other better word to say than jargon. I guess I read this as somebody with a master's in community development. I got it. But I remember as I was reading this, I was like, geez, I know what collective impact theory is. I know what complexity theory is. I know what that systems change model. I've done deep dives into that. I would guess most of my colleagues and most of Edmontonians have not. And so I don't even really fully understand. I don't even fully understand if I receive for information today, what are those, like, I don't even fully get a clear picture of what we're doing from after today. Can somebody help with that?
I think one of the dynamics at play there is that this is a community-driven strategy that we've committed to, and so
But is it community-driven? Because we created the framework without community collaboration. So now we're kind of interposing a framework and sort of like backtracking, saying let's do collaboration.
And that's certainly a dynamic and feedback we've heard too. And I think what we're trying to do is within the pillars and work we have right now, that's why we really focused on the outcomes being city focused. We didn't want to commit on behalf of the community.
Yeah.
We know that that has to be a little bit separate. So, I mean, yeah, I see your point certainly on that, but a lot of the next steps are deepening the community collaboration model, identifying focus areas. What are we doing in terms of the work together? There's a lot of internal work we need to do as the city to achieve the outcomes that we've committed to. So that's working with our internal teams. The dashboard is one of our next steps, launching tomorrow, and the evaluation framework. So we think it's really critical to give you some good, strong data to say this is what we are seeing in terms of impact. So you have the information to then make some further decisions. those are some of the next steps that we've identified as really priority for us.
Okay, I will have a second round, but I will stop here.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you very much for this update. Took me a little while to wrap my head around the report. Can you explain how our recent work on mapping the multidisciplinary outreach teams, for example, support this work? Because they feel very relevant.
Thanks for that question, Councillor Tang. I guess one way to try to explain this is we have started to map what we're calling the CSWB collaboration universe. So this is a recognition that within the ecosystem, there are lots of different collaboration tables, different initiatives underway that are feeding into the pillars and feeding into the outcomes. And so the work within multidisciplinary outreach covers work in some of those pillars. By mapping it in a visual way, we're already starting to see people respond to say, oh, I need to know more about that. Could you connect me to whoever's working on that? And so I think those connections are coming because stakeholders honestly aren't actually aware of all the work that's underway that might be relevant to them.
Okay, that's helpful. That's a good illustration of that. So all the pillars, the strategy, the framework itself, is everyone using it? Or is it just kind of our own thing? For example, the people as part of the constellations, are they also starting to kind of see how, oh, maybe we should follow this pillar, these pillars to see how our, like to contextualize the work that we're doing? I guess I'm just wondering, like, is everyone are on the same page or using the same language?
I don't know if we'll ever all be on the same page or using the same language, but I think partners are recognizing that this is the city's North Star. I think they're very appreciative that the city is taking leadership, and what they're doing is identifying where some of their strategic work absolutely aligns. So, conversations with different organizations to say, okay, where's the connection between, connections and exchanges or the United Way's new strategic plan? How do those align, and how can we share data, research, effort in order to move our joint outcomes together? But I would say there's a lot of excitement from what we've heard talking to stakeholders about the possibility to work in this space in a different way, to build bridges across sectors that maybe there hasn't been a convening space to do that in the past.
And if I could just offer, I think we're what we would call in a deepening mode. When this strategy first came out, it was done with the input of over 100 stakeholders and a lot of conversations. But now we are into a place of, to your point, like, is everyone using this language? Over time, yes, they are. This strategy, I think, was approved back in February 2022. So we're a year and a few months in. I have a deep impatience. I want to get her all done today. But I think there's a recognition that we have to go at the pace of trust and relationship that we are continuing to deepen with community.
Fair point. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So on the constellations then, how many are there?
I'd have to check with the team, but I'm going to say we mapped probably 80 with people we had just in the room in June, and there's many more people still to speak to.
Sorry, there are 80 people?
80 different possible constellations, because a constellation could be around youth homelessness. So that's all those individual organizations working on youth homelessness, plus collaborative tables that come together to work on that. It could be a really broad constellation related to a pillar like anti-racism. So again, lots of individual organizations as well as collaborations and strategies and different things that inform the work. So it's a lens to try to actually capture the reality of how the sector works versus sort of like the siloing of people into you only work in this pillar or you only work in that pillar. We want to know what people are actually doing, who they're actually working with, where there's the potential for more connections. I think the youth is a great example, speaking to a lot of the youth serving agencies, the youth agency collaborative, finding that tie-in for them into the outreach coordination, the homelessness service. They need some help to make some of those bridges, and so CSWB strategy can offer space for that.
So you're really creating a platform for people to kind of connect over some of these common issues and breaking down the silos.
Yeah.
Out of the 7 pillars, are you finding a concentration of constellations or some area that doesn't have enough in 10 seconds?
I think the well-being pillar is the most diverse.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I do have one question, so my apologies if I missed something. It's my understanding this CSWB strategy was under city manager's office and for the strategy development and implementation, but today's presentation come from community service. I just wondering what's the change there, and then maybe I missed something there.
Yeah, I can answer that question, Councillor. What we did when we first started this process is we took this work into the city manager's office to develop the strategy along with the team from community services, because we had a pretty big imperative to get a strategy up to council for consideration. Once council approved the strategy, we then slowly transferred the implementation of the strategy back to community services once Ms. Flamin and a few others were hired into the department. So we continue to monitor, obviously very closely at the city manager's office, but we transferred it back to implementation once the strategy was approved by council.
Okay, thank you. So then my next question regarding the funding source. City council did apply the funding source for the in the budget deliberation. So right now, by looking at the reports, the funding for 2022 or 23, we still have the funding left to carry over to the 2024. So is that correct?
Yes, we do have remaining funding. So this leaves about, in 2023, 4.4 million, 2024, 1.86 million ongoing, 2025, 4.36 million, and 2026, 4.35 million.
Yes, thank you for that number, specifically number. So this is something I'm struggling for, because we have 7 pillars and we have lots of outcomes, and actually, and between the pillars and action plans and outcome, there, by looking at only by wording, there are lots of overlapping and with different programs and services in the city. When we talk about the funding, we didn't even spend all the funding. And I understand at the beginning, and when we implement this, we still have a little bit warming up periods and then to get all the organizations on board. Can you describe a little more how we avoid the overlapping and from the funding source perspective, from action perspective, and also from outcome perspective to really ensure the funding we provide support achieve the tangible results we're looking for this community safety and well-being improvement?
I think certainly having a good sense of the gaps that currently exist, so that's work underway. As we mentioned through the community collaboration model, we need to really work with partners to understand the work that's happening. We're doing work as an organization as well across various teams to understand what funding we are providing, where that goes to, what the criteria is. So I'd certainly say that that's a huge part of this work, is taking the complexity of the system and multiple sectors and thinking about where our funding and investments are best served. So that is part of our assessment process for fall SOBA. And as the work continues in the coming years, we also will, I think, have a sharper picture of what those gaps are and can come to council with some advice around that.
So to me, this is not about the gaps, actually it's the overlappings. So the overlapping and between the program, between the certain funding resources, and from what I can say, and that may results, and then even the funding under specific this strategy category will not get allocated out. So my question is how we can focus on, put some effort. Yeah, I understand dashboards, yes, will provide some data and also to help public increase that public awareness to understand what's work is going on. But from internally, how we look at that financial and outcome and then all those type of control in place and really reduce that overlapping. I know my time is out and Mayor Sohi, I will back to you, but I want to put questions there. But I'm fine, there is no answer right now.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Again, this is like excellent work. I really appreciate it, and I think where I'm at is I would like to see it sort of receive for information, and then at the time, I think there's some specificity that we need to really focus on, and I guess it's sort of, this is not the right metaphor, but I feel it kind of needs a bit of focus. There's so many areas where we're trying to move the needle, and as a result, I'm worried about that. Like I can't remember where it was, but I read in a city report earlier this year, I think Calgary, and correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Calgary just focus in on 24/7 and crisis diversion? Didn't they just say sort of this is the one area where we're going to put a lot of focus? And because I worry, like we held back these funds to be specifically for activities that would reduce the burden on the police in a measurable way, and we just came through hearing a conversation about how crisis diversion helps alleviate the number of times EPS is required to go to the train stations, and there's other like I'm wondering if it would be more efficacious for us for this small amount of money that we have, to focus in on a couple of very specific, measurable pieces, be it crisis diversion, maybe it's violence intervention programs, maybe it's cognitive behavioral therapy for young men. I don't know, but I'd be curious to hear more about that from admin. I feel like you were giving a really wide assignment, which you've completed, and this is very complimentary of that. But would it be helpful to have a tighter assignment from council, maybe, for more clear, measurable outcomes?
I appreciate your concern for us and the work that we're doing. I go back to the strategy that was approved by council, though, right? Like that wasn't too long ago, and I agree with the fear of a sort of spray and pray, right? Like we put a little money everywhere that something's going to grow.
Yeah.
But I think that we have to trust our community partners that we're in deep conversation with, and that those that are on the front line can really help us distill where the greatest return on investment is for, like you said, the scarce dollars that we have. I think this is a space that if you threw $1 billion, there would still be gaps, right? So I think we have to be really thoughtful, and I think that working through community is our best approach in this moment.
Yeah, and so what would be our most, like, if we have a patient, we want to tell this patient, eat your bran flakes, exercise, make sure to clip your nails and do all of these pieces, but also get insulin first because you're diabetic. And I'm wondering, in this metaphor for our patient here, if it's the city of Edmonton, is it transit safety? Is it the encampments? Is it the 180 Albertans who died of overdoses? Like is there an area we really need to zone in on first? And maybe council hasn't provided that clear enough specificity.
Well, it goes right back down to the vision, right? The vision was conjured in terms of emergency response at the center, followed by risk intervention and tertiary prevention, secondary prevention, primary prevention, and community development. So if at this point council wants to reconsider, then that is your purview. And I would also caution that if we want to maintain the strong relationships with community, that we would do so carefully.
Duly noted. I think maybe as we're having this conversation, I'm on slide 6, and I think I'm already thinking about fall sober recommendations and the funding, and I think as far as this matter, great work. I think my conversation is probably with my colleagues then about, so what, now what, and where does how does the funding help make those pieces be realized? So yeah, thank you so much for this. I appreciate all of the contributions and the work with the partners.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just going through the list and looking to see sort of duplication. I just don't understand number 29. Is that to replace 211? Is that to supplement 911? Is that to supplement 311? The Integrated Call Evaluation and Dispatch Center.
That was funding approved by council to support a project with EPS, our community standards partners, and fire to have that coordinated dispatch. So that lives with EPS.
So, but this is in addition to like a regular 911 call, or?
I can maybe speak to that one, Councillor.
Okay.
Because I'm involved in that quite a bit. The idea is eventually transition to a joint dispatch that would essentially be funded by the current funding in place for all the different dispatches. And we believe that once we get to a joint dispatch, we'll be able to do it for the same or less than all the money that's being spent in the current dispatches. But because we have to certify the joint dispatch before we can stand down the others, there will be a period of transition where we've got to pay for standing up the new joint dispatch center and certifying it, make sure it works before we sort of eliminate all the other individual dispatch centers. And I think we'll be providing an update to council soon on that entire project, including the capital costs and everything, because we've started to identify potential locations. So.
Okay, so this is to replace the 911 dispatch centers that each service has?
Well, the 911 and the 211 and
the,
all the ones. So instead of calling right now all these dispatch centers for fire, police, 201, they're all over the place. And the future, and this was envisaged in the Safer for All report, that we would have one joint dispatch center with all the experts in the right facility, so that the right people can be answering the right calls. So.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
First of all, I appreciate the candidness in your answers around where the gaps are in the community consultation. I really appreciate that. So can you let me know what would that consultation look like moving into the future?
So we've had the 3 conversations so far, really from a principles-based start, saying what are the principles that need to be in place for this to be effective collaboration for you? What have you experienced in collaboration in the past that we can draw on? And tell us what we're not seeing, tell us what we don't know. And so from those conversations, what we heard was that groups want a bit more time to really explore different collaboration governance models. And what I mean by that is, what are the structures or what's the process that we need to have in place to have sort of the platform, as Councillor Tang was saying, whereby people can come together, problem solve together, make decisions together.
Would that also, is there, so far in the consultation and leading up to the approval of this strategy, the consultation was done, is there, support around the pillars?
Yes.
Okay, there is. Okay, then how do you focus within those pillars? For example, you want to focus on youth, or want to focus on crisis diversion or other areas, like instead of funding 30 things, right? Would that consultation will help us understand and refine? Okay, these are the maybe 3 or 4 focus areas, or 10 focus areas that will.
I would also say stakeholders are saying that they want to collaborate on the conditions that are needed to really create change. So maybe that's around sharing the research that we all do across organizations. Maybe that's around finding new ways to pool resources. So it's not just about programs and services, it's around different ways of working together.
Okay.
They also really want a platform where everyone is invited in. So we heard that often it's the organizations that we're all familiar about that get a voice at the table. And so they want to see a lot of structure and intentionality around how our organizations that want to be tapped in have that opportunity to come in, to learn, and for information to be passed on as people change.
So when when that work is completed, when will you bring back, are you coming back to committee or council on that?
We're hoping that by the end of the year, we'll have a really robust structure in place, but we can certainly come back before then just to give you an update on how the conversations are proceeding. We need to also just expand the conversations. We started with the social serving sector. Now we need to expand out to businesses, post-secondary, et cetera.
And that could come to committee, because it's very important that the community voices are able to directly engage with us, and you're engaging with them, absolutely important work, but like we get to hear from them as well, right? So maybe that's something that to be thinking about. Another thing while being such a complex issue, undertaking, and also there's various players and various orders of government, one thing I really appreciate about the last report is that it gave us a very clear picture of what we can do as a local government and what others need to do. I think that's kind of clarity I'm also seeking in this too, that having a clear understanding, these are the areas that we can undertake for well-being of the communities, and these are the areas that we need to advocate or find partnerships with other organs of government. Is that kind of, I don't know, if you just want to get your thoughts on that.
Actually, I'll pass it over to Kelta, who can speak to how we've done this through the outcomes.
Yeah, so through the outcomes, we took those that were originally in the May 2022 report that came to council and were approved. And then we took a really, solid look at those and said, can we as the city actually achieve all of these outcomes? And so based on that, the outcomes were updated, clarified. We really took a look at what services do we provide or could provide, and then amended those outcomes. So everything you see in the report is what we feel confidently we are either doing or could do. We really wanted to be aspirational, not just focus on what's already happening, but that's already part of those outcomes. And then again, that second part of your question of what can we do with community? I know it sounds like a vague answer, but that's why we're really focused on this collaboration model. We want to have conversation about that and hear from partners. What are you doing? What are we doing? Where are the gaps? Where can we work together? So those are the two components of work that we really want to focus on.
So how does that align with the SOBA? Like, what do you need by SOBA when you come for funding that needs to be allocated? That's one, right? That you need that's why you need to bring it forward. At the same time, the community conversation is happening, and that community conversation will continue beyond SOBA.
Right. We thought it was important to give community partners an opportunity to provide some input about that funding and come to you with their perspectives as well, not just administration.
So you will advise us what you heard from the community, and community is advising how the money is allocated. Okay,
Correct.
got it. Okay, got it.
Would you like to?
Could I just clarify one thing?
I am out of time, sorry.
yes, sir.
Next time.
I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Just waiting for 3 votes.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. It's carried. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll take the chair back, and Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Very, very briefly. So again, wondering if there'll be an opportunity coming back to have some really clear principles about what is and isn't going to be funded through the fund, recognizing that, again, we may need to move some things around at SOBA, but that would be really helpful clarity. I'm seeing some nods, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then, forgive me if I missed it in the report, but there's, some really exciting conversation about, the overall outcomes framework, which I think is really excellent. Just wondering if we're also looking at those individual project assessments as well, in terms of how we decide, what has the greatest impact in terms of what we might be funding.
Yes, so the evaluation framework that's currently underway, obviously there's lots of things we would want to evaluate, and so we're trying to think about what are the phases we can do that work in, to start with what will be most important for council to know, for the public to know, for our partners to know. So at this point, we're not planning every single action to be evaluated. Some projects and programs have their own evaluation in place, but we're certainly going through all of those that are listed in the report to say which would be most useful to actually evaluate in our first phase, and then how can we continue to build on that evaluation as we move ahead.
Okay, great, and I think that's a neat way to break it out in terms of what do community members need to know, what does council need to know, and I think, again, for me, a lot of the information is just sort of where can we most effectively invest our resources. So, great. I would like to withdraw my motion, but I don't know if I can do that without having a replacement motion, or if I should just leave that to Councillor Rutherford.
It'd be great if you withdrew that.
I would be happy to withdraw my motion. Oh, and sorry, and Mr. Corbell, I've got a few minutes left. Did you?
Can we just deal with the? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Can we
So we have your request to withdraw, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah.
As we need a consensus from entire council for that. So please. No.
Unanimous consent?
Okay.
Thanks for that.
Okay. Jans? Councillor Jans? Councillor Paquette and Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So, okay, got it. I got it. All right. It's withdrawn. But we need a motion on the floor.
We're going to in just but a moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that someone
So
needs
with
to
my-
move that.
Yeah.
So, so Councillor Stephen can carry on with her time? Or we need, I'll go to, maybe I'll, just hold on, maybe come back, Councillor Stevenson, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to move our motion.
Yeah, I would just like to move that the July 4th, 2023 Community Services Report CS 01919 be referred to committee to hear from stakeholders and discuss next steps and return to City Council.
I got it. Just a second.
So I'm sorry, which committee?
Community and Public Services.
Community and Public
which meeting?
Community and Public Services.
What, next meeting?
Just a second.
In consultation with the clerk, it would be the next, and the city manager, it sounds like the next one.
Yep. There's capacity, there's only 4 items on committee next week.
Oh, next, okay, got it.
At the next, yeah, we're all saying the same thing.
Okay.
I need a seconder.
Yeah, need a second.
Second.
Councillor Tang? Yeah. Okay,
Can I just quickly introduce?
yes, please, go ahead. Yeah.
I recognize that, like, first of all, there's a lot of great stuff here, and I think that also sometimes when there's more information provided, which is a lot of great information provided, the more we need to kind of discuss and work through. So I just feel like I have so many questions, and I know my colleagues do too, that it just feels more appropriate to go to committee. In addition to that, since this really is focused and grounded in that collaboration model, I'd like the opportunity early on to hear from the potential stakeholders on their thoughts on if this is the right direction to go. Yes, they could come at the next committee, but then you've done X number of months of work. So I just want to give that opportunity now. So that's the intention behind the refer back motion.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Can you put the motion on the,
Yeah, we are.
here we go, July 4th, community services may be referred to committee to hear from a stakeholder. And July 11th, okay, got it. Councillor Tang?
Great. So, because it's a fairly short turnaround time, so essentially you'll be presenting this presentation, and then we'll have opportunity for stakeholders to come forward and speak if they want to. Is that, and this gives you enough time to kind of give everyone the heads up and that kind of stuff.
That's our understanding, and I think the team is prepared to have this conversation in a larger audience.
Yeah, that's great. And before I have some lingering questions, but I wanted to see if Mr. Corbell, you want to finish your thought there in response to Mr. Mayor's question earlier.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I know at some point the mayor had asked about the pillars, the 7 pillars, and I went to the very first of the 3 meetings for a few hours with folks, and we asked that question very straightforward, like, are these the right 7 pillars? If they're not, should we add one? Should we split them? And all I heard that everyone I've talked to in the last year is that the 7 pillars are about right. It's the details within each of the pillars. But if we were to hear in a month's time that we need an 8th pillar, we would certainly consider that as well. But we have thoroughly asked that question since before the strategy was approved and since it was approved by council. And I believe the consensus is that we do have the right 7 pillars. It's now about the implementation work within those 7 pillars.
Great, thank you. So I want to clarify my understanding in terms of when you do come back with SOBA. So the recommendations for the remainder of the fund, that will be in consultation with the community to see what kind of advice they will provide. But that will be guided within this framework of CSWB. Is that right? And you have a logic model to say this recommendation stemmed from this pillar and addresses these short, medium, long-term outcomes. I guess I just want to I want to make sure that, it sounds like you're having a platform to convene people, which is, to me, is an ongoing role that it sounds like the city will be playing. It's not just for this one report, right? And it's a platform where you're receiving community feedback on funding allocation, funding model, funding recommendation, and that is aligned with this much broader framework strategy.
Yes, we'll be able to come back with themes that we've heard, so we won't be asking, because it's many, many, many partners, exactly what line item we should spend the funds on, but we are compiling the themes and thoughts and what we're hearing so that we can come to council with a recommendation.
Right, because I think if I look at, page 4 of or slide 4, there's definitely a concentration in the center. And so are you going to be considering sort of the distribution and making sure, and when we think about community and safety, well-being and safety, it's all of those realms. And then you'll be following a logic with that. Okay, that's helpful. And then just back to that integrated call and dispatch center. So I do remember this was a recommendation from Safer for All, but that came out of 2021. And I guess, yes?
Motion. We'll
I thought we could keep asking questions.
No,
on
we'll
it.
have that
There's a
discussion.
referral
We'll have
motion
that
on the
discussion.
floor.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I can ask that.
We'll have that discussion at the
committee.
committee if this passes.
Gotcha. Okay, that's also very helpful. Okay, and then that's it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, administration says they have time to prepare for next week. Does community have time to prepare for next week, given all that's contained in the report?
I would say that we've heard concerns from community about their capacity to participate. And so we will certainly reach out and do our best to support participation. But I think one thing you will hear from them is they are very stretched. Yeah. And so this type of work is in addition to their service delivery work, and it takes effort and time away from that.
I'll be a little more I think we'll get a lot of complaints about notice for next week.
Okay.
If we provide it today, just because there's summer vacation going on, there's Stampede next week. Like I just want to be frank. I think we'll get quite a few complaints about an offer to come to committee next week with such short notice.
So I guess to the mover, can we bump it?
Yeah, I originally had said after recess and then just in discussion. So, I mean, it's as long as it's not timely from the city manager's perspective, I think after recess is fine.
We'd be great with that as well.
So change the date. What would be the next appropriate date?
We'll need to go back and consult. The last time we had the strategic look ahead, we were adjusting the schedules in the fall, so I'll have to pull them up and see what the best agenda is to send this to in the fall.
Good. And how does that impact the SOBA conversation, right? Would there be, Councillor Wright, carry on. I'll find the date.
Oh, no, sorry, that's all I was concerned with. And I'm just going to take a look at the Q3 look ahead to see where it falls.
Okay.
Do we need to set that right now, or could we take our, like,
I think with,
you've got an
maybe,
item at
Councillor
3:45?
Tan, can you take the chair? Just, I need to know, like, if we go to the community services after the recess, whatever that date might be in August or September, how does that have any impact on the discussion with the community on what will be brought forward during SOBA?
No, it does not.
Okay, got it, okay, that's all I need to know. So it will be nice to have a date.
What
if
about
there's-
August 20, we could make August 28th, and we'll adjust at ARC as required.
Okay, August
Just
28th.
provide some, because we're not going to get back to this item till after
At least,
dinner.
at least community would know the date.
Yep.
August 28th?
August 28th.
Okay, so be it. That's friendly to everyone? Yeah, okay, good. All right, so that concludes the questions on this item. We have a motion on the floor. If nobody's speaking, we're going to vote on it. Okay, let's vote on it, please.
Just give MJ 3 seconds to call up the vote.
There you go.
Just waiting for one vote. In that direct, there we go, we have all the votes.
There we go, it's carried. Okay. We will be back on 7 point, no, we have,
Could we go in camera now, that way
Yeah,
the security's
we have
got
time
time to clear the
specific.
room, please?
can someone
I'll
move
move
that
that
we
we
go into
go
private, please?
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tank, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I think that was Stevenson Tang.
Yes, as well.
I heard many people. We have all the votes? It was Councillor Wright.
Hey, Jim. Just want to talk bags?
Clear bags.
Yeah.
You want to talk about clear bags?
Yeah. I'm new to this, but Calgary doesn't do it, we do it.
That's not-
I understand there's,
I stated, Calgary doesn't do it?
no. And there seems to be a mix across the, I mean, you probably got. Yeah.
Who's giving you the talk? Victor?
Councillor Wright and Councillor Salvador seconded. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We're just pulling it up now.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that yes was from
Councillor Rutherford.
Councillor Rutherford. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, it's carried. We'll be back at 6:15. Until then, we are on recess.
Good evening. We're live from council chambers.
Okay, we are back, and like to call this meeting back to order. Councillor, do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good evening.
Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette.
I am here.
Okay. And Councillor Tang.
Here.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good evening.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cardmell.
Good evening.
Councillor Rice.
Good evening.
And Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
Okay, so we are on to 9.8. I think there's a motion to be moved.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read the motion into the record. That attachment 6, additional direction be added to the July 4th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01942. 2, that the actions outlined in revised attachment 1 of the July 4th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01942, be approved. Number 3, that the Edmonton Police Commission recruitment profile as set out in attachment 2 of the July 4th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01942, be approved. 4, that the Edmonton Police Commission recruitment strategy as set out in attachment 3 of the July 4th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01942, be approved as the basis for the actions outlined in attachment 6. That the actions outlined in attachment 6 of the July 4th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01942, be approved. And number 6, that the July 4th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01942, remain private pursuant to Section 17, Disclosure Harmful to Personal Privacy, and 24, Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright, can we please put the motion on the
Yep.
here we
it's
go,
right
it
there.
is on the screen. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Ms. Mayor. I would like to make amendments for the part 2. So can I make an amendment right now or I have to wait?
This would be the time to make that amendment.
Okay, so for the part 2, the motion be delayed and replaced with the following. The action as outlined in original attachment 1 of the July 4th, 2023 OCC report be approved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Okay, so there's an amendment to part 2 to change from revised to original. Okay, all right. We will vote on the amendment first?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Amendment is defeated we are back to the original motion. Okay,
I think I voted incorrectly. I apologize. I don't know if it makes a difference. I voted in the negative.
you want
Is
revisit?
it possible to recall the vote?
We can recall the vote.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we have a amendment on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is defeated. So we're back to the motion put forward by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have an amendment to
Okay.
make on the motion.
Yes, please, go
I
ahead.
would like to, that motion number 1 be deleted, that motion number 4 be amended by deleting as the basis for the actions outlined in attachment 6, and that motion number 5 be deleted.
Okay, so 1 be deleted, right? Can you, so I just want to understand, so.
Sorry.
Can you explain, like what, number, you're proposing 1 be deleted?
Correct, yes.
And-
So it would basically be deleting attachment 6.
Okay, can you just state that again for me, please, so I understand
Sure,
what's.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That motion number 1 be deleted,
Yeah,
that motion number 4 be amended by deleting as the basis for the actions outlined in attachment 6,
okay.
and that motion number 5 be
So the
deleted.
part 1, 4, and 5, okay. Okay, all right. Sorry, Councillor Rice, are you on the board for this, or from the previous?
I believe I'm on the previous.
Okay, I need a seconder for this amendment.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please vote.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Now we are back to Councillor Stevenson's motion. Okay, any further amendments? Seeing none, sorry.
Point of order.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor.
Question. Are we able to vote separately and for each one?
No, clerk is saying we can't do that.
Okay, so we'll have to vote as a whole.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Principe, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Can we just vote separately, item 6, that it remain private? Can we vote that separately?
Okay, so the challenge that we have, Councillor Rice, and we can do this in blocks, is anywhere that references attachment 6, that cannot be split for voting purposes. So if you want to do it this way, if you would like us to split it, I would suggest that it would be motion number 1, motion number, if you approve motion number 1, motion number 5, at the same time as motion number 4, that would be done as one decision. And then motion number 2 could be a separate decision. Motion number 3 could be a separate decision. And then the last motion should just be to vote it to keep it all in private. So you'd have 4 separate votes.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so if I know this doesn't make any sense.
Point of order, point of order.
Yes, Councillor Rutherford.
Their votes are already on record of what they agree or disagree with. We just had that process with the amendments.
Yep.
I'm leaving it to the discretion of the chair, but I think this is excessive. And,
Yeah.
and as everybody's perspective on all of these items with the amendments is on record.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to clarify, I just wanted to vote separately on bullet point number 6, not attachment 6, just that it remains private.
Yeah, that's no problem. I thought Councillor Rice was asking to vote on everything separately, but
Yeah,
again,
that was Councillor Rice's request to vote separately on the different components of the different parts of the motion. Yeah, okay. So if we were to split, we would split 1, 3, 4 into first vote, right?
It would be 1, 4, and 5
1, 4, and 5.
in one.
Yeah.
And then if you were splitting them separately, it would be 2, 3, and then 6.
Okay.
If they were split out separately.
Yeah. You know, I agree with Councillor Rutherford, but I think there's a, like, if I overrule the request, could be challenged, and that starts a lengthy process. I'd rather see the vote split into 3 parts, and let's vote on it. We'll get through that quicker. So please vote on part 1, 3, and...
I apologize, Mayor Sohi, it's 1, 4, and 5.
So please vote on 1, 4, and 5
And
first.
we'll just need a minute to pull up the vote, so just give us a moment.
Okay, we are voting on 1. So okay, that attachment 6.
And it changes the numbers as we move it around the
Oh, I
system.
see.
But
Okay,
in
got
the
it.
original motion, we're voting on 1, 4, and 5.
So please vote on 1, 4, and 5 as stated in the original motion.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we will vote on,
If we're separating them out individually, it would be 2, and then voting on 3 and 6 as per the original motion.
okay, so please vote on 2 as per original motion.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Next one will be
Motion 3 as per the
3
original motion.
as originally proposed, so vote on number 3, please.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can we now vote on number 6, please?
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are on to our next item, which is 7.5 Fire Smart Program Grant exempted by Councillor Rice. Is there a presentation from administration?
There is not a presentation, but we do have opening remarks.
Please go ahead.
That's okay. Okay, good evening. My name is, sorry, did I get the thumbs up to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm in the branch manager role for the Parks and Road Services. With me today is Mark Beer, Director of Infrastructure Operations in Parks and Roads, along with David Lazenby, the Deputy Fire Chief, Public Safety from Edmonton Fire Rescue Services. So we're here today to discuss Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta's Fire Smart program, which offers a grant for the creation of a wildfire hazard and risk assessment. Administration has prepared a project proposal for submission, which requires council support to continue the application process. So to fulfill that requirement, we're asking for council to approve the recommendation of this report, which directs administration to proceed with the grant application as outlined in the report attachment number 1. So if awarded, the Fire Smart grant would be used to fund the creation of a pilot wildfire hazard and risk assessment from the for the White Mud District. And then this project would contribute to the city's goals of climate resilience by helping to mitigate the risks of increasingly frequent and intense wildfires caused by climate change. In addition, learnings from this pilot project would support future development of a citywide strategy to mitigate wildfire risk. Administration would continue to provide updates to council as the project progresses as needed. And so essentially, there is an opportunity here for a $40,000 grant. Part of the requirement to get that $40,000 grant is a council resolution. So we are looking to move forward with getting that grant, getting the partnership, and moving forward with this work. And so that's the essence of this report. So we're happy to take any questions that council has at this time.
Thank you so much. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you for the opening remark. Just a few clarification questions here. So as a requirement of this grant and 40,000, do we need to provide a matching grant from ourselves, or is no matching grant needed, just receive this grant?
Yeah, there's no matching requirement for this grant. It is all we need to move forward to get the grant is council resolution.
So this grant is for 1 year until next year, 2024 March, right?
That's correct.
In terms of that work to get done and based on the reports, so this grant will use to hire a consultant.
No, we're going to be using this to develop a strategy for the White Mud area. It'll be a combination of internal internal staff along with EFRS, and I'll just double check on the requirement to hire a consultant, but I don't believe that's the intention with this money.
But in the report, this state very clear is just for hire consultant, and in the reports indicated another 40,000 will be provided in kind services, and in total the project budget will be 80,000. So I just want some clarification on that.
Okay, I'll just.
Councillor Rice, if I could jump in,
Yes, go ahead.
So the consultant work, that's going to be performed by the organization that we will be using for fulfillment of the grant. And the income, that is our City of Edmonton employee who's already working in this area in natural areas as a coordinator. That's the in-kind, their time working in collaboration with this organization.
Okay. With that said, as the outcome of this pilot project, do you predict you will bring the funding requirement for implement the outcome of assessment and in the budget in the full budget supplement adjustment?
I think it'll depend on what some of the corrective actions or any of the work that is recommended out of this. So I think we'll be able to assess better timelines and the costs associated with any sort of tasks or actions that come out of it before we'd be able to say if we'd be able to do it with the $40,000 or if this is something that would have to be planned out in time. Really, what we're hoping to do is take this money, build a strategy in one particular area, and then extrapolate on that across the city. So we're looking at this as more of a long-term, let's build a strategy for the city as a whole.
So in wrap up, and then so this 40,000 grant, and it's just for the risk assessment, but for the further mitigation assessment or strategy, and will have the consideration of potential funding requirements in the future and from our city. And that is what sense I get from the report. And then my question is, do you have specific the number in mind, what could be, and for this to do the planning in advance for this for the full budget assessment?
Sorry, if I understand the question, like what we would, do we have a sense of what some of those actions would be for a?
The potential funding requirements and from our city and for implement those mitigation assessment and to the risk.
I don't think we have anything specific in mind just yet, and I don't think we'd be in a position for the fall budget adjustment. I think this would be more to do the assessment, build a strategy, and then assess from there. But we're not expecting any sort of funding requests for this fall.
Until this assessment getting done and in the next year and 2024. Okay,
that's right.
That's my question. And then, Mr. Mayor, I'm more than happy to put the motion on the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I forgot to ask you that at the start. So you're moving the motion?
Yes.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded that. So we have motion on the floor. Councillor Tang, question, please.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna ask, but since it's here, I might as well. Yeah, it's a great opportunity. Thank you for sharing this. I think there's a mention of a cross-jurisdictional management. I was curious what that looks like now. And are there other municipalities who might want to come together and collaborate on management, given the impact that wildfires have on numerous bordering municipalities?
Just checking on the. We might have to. I'll just have to check with the team to see about other jurisdictions and how much we've got into it with that. But I think the intent here was really to be specific with the risk mitigation in the White Mud area as a starter, and then build upon that specific to Edmonton.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good. It sort of came up, and that was something I have flagged. And you know, if you do have something later, happy to receive it by other ways.
Okay.
And I think I heard you say that you wouldn't anticipate coming back for SOBA for anything. But do you think there might be any unanticipated costs, even if we do get a grant?
No, not at this time. Not for the scope that we're anticipating to undertake for this level of work. The intention here is to get the money, collaborate with the organization, the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, have them as a partner, and then work together in terms of a Edmonton specific solution, and then from there we would work to see what reasonable actions would take place and if budget requests would be needed. But at this point in time, there's no anticipation of that.
Great, thank you. I look forward to hearing the final outcome of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions. We have a motion on the floor. Please vote. Oh, sorry, speak. Anyone, someone to speak? Oh, okay. Councillor Stevenson to speak.
Sorry. I did just want to say something that was so exciting about this grant application was the interdisciplinary nature of the team. So just really wanted to commend all the teams for working across many departments and groups. Also just wanted to give, a shout out that this has been, the application form identified that this has been an ongoing fire risk for many years, and action had not been taken. So just want to thank the leadership of the fire chief and others who are bringing this forward now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice, you want to close or you want to go to the vote?
Just go vote and
Vote?
then no.
Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Carrying on to 7.6, 2023 Council and Committee Calendar Change, exempted by Councillor Stevenson. Is there a presentation?
I'd just like to make a few opening remarks.
Please go ahead.
So just a number of housekeeping changes here that we're recommending. So in the front page of the motion is that we're looking to add Special City Manager, City Auditor Performance Evaluation Committee to December 1st. We're looking to cancel the ARC meeting for August 1st because there's no agendas to approve, so the meeting's not required. We're looking to adjust some of the orders of the day for Agenda Review Committee, and then we're looking to move the Council Services meeting from September 6th to September 15th just to accommodate some your Integrity Commission and your Ethics Advisor. And last but not least, the reason this report is a must be selected is we've been asked to provide two different options related to your fall calendar, and those have been included in attachments 1 and 2. Both options will enable the fall supplemental capital and operating budget to be dealt with before the end of November. Happy to take any questions.
From a process point of view, having a motion on the floor without knowing which option we're selecting, right? Can we go into questions first and make that decision later on? Okay.
Happy to.
Okay, all right, because we don't have a clear choice which option to select. So with that, I'll open up for questions. Councillor Stevenson, you selected this.
Yeah, thank you so much. And forgive me if I misread this. It seemed to me that the biggest difference between attachment 1 and attachment 2 is that attachment 1 did not have an option for a non-statutory public hearing for budget. Okay,
That's correct.
okay. So that is the primary decision in front of us.
That and your recess week in November, absolutely. If we're to do a compressed schedule, then we need to consider whether or not that recess week is required, but both options work.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay. I think for me, I have a strong inclination to have the non-statutory public hearing. I found it very useful during our budget deliberation. Another minor thing, October 5th, there is a conflict with an EPC governance committee meeting. So that would just be another strike against attachment 1 for me. But happy to hear my colleagues' thoughts and perspectives on it as well. But I would be attachment 2.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Just a few questions then. So on that, appreciate that the addition of the public hearing was put in the recess week to still allow for 5 days of budget deliberations. If we chose to, we could always substitute the 21st and have 4 days of deliberations and 1 day of public hearing, assuming we managed our own schedule accordingly. Would that be correct?
That you manage your own schedule? Yes, that's correct.
Yes, so if we wanted to, if we didn't want to have a meeting during the recess week, because that is, I think, during the CUDA conference, which is hosted here in Edmonton. So I would potentially pose that as an option, recognizing that would mean 1 less day for deliberations, and we would have to manage that and be thoughtful. But it is supplemental and not a full due. So I was debating putting forward that. The only other question before I consider an option like that, the November 9th, we had, you're looking to add a non-regular. That day does overlap with the Navy Immunities Executive Committee, whereas the 10th, the Home Ed AGM is in the morning. I think it's before the meeting would have started if we had held a council meeting then. So I guess I just wanted to double check Any reason why we couldn't do the November 9th on November 10th, because that has the least impactful?
Yeah, we're happy to, but based on the council-approved principles of how we build the calendar, we were
course.
asked to keep Fridays free. We're happy to move it to whatever day works for council.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of removing all the impact, that the Friday would have less impact to all members of council and would allow us to still, for those that have, which I realize might only be me at this point with the AB Munis Exec Committee, but nevertheless, I thought I would flag that. Well, okay, well, there's others on the board, but I think I would be willing, I don't need to do it right now, I can wait till all the questions are done, but I would move a revised attachment 2 at the appropriate time, which moves the November 9th to November 10th and the November 14th non-stat to November 21st, which thereby reduces the number of budget days by 1, which I'm comfortable with. So you can either accept that motion now, or if you'd like to wait, we can.
Let's go through the questions one round. So, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, do we need to book anything for the auditor recruitment meetings?
We sure do, but not now.
Okay, that doesn't need to be included in here.
It can't be because of the direction that I received that I'm still navigating my way through.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, thank you. I was just catching up with the changes that are proposed. Is Mr. Corbold in the room?
Yep, I am, Councillor.
Thank you. As I recall, in the last budget cycle, the first year of adjustments, which was 2019, we had a fairly small amount of money to work with. In that budget adjustments, sort of once you've set the budget, you've allocated all the funds, and then your budget adjustments come in as as projects complete and funds are unallocated, you can reallocate those funds. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yeah, generally.
Yeah. And so in your first year of a budget adjustment, because projects are just being undertaken, there isn't a lot of money to be reallocated at this point.
Yeah, I would
generally
agree.
speaking.
I would agree, and I think the other thing we're doing differently this year is doing OP12 with a lot of OP12 check-ins, and as we get sort of clarity from council on those OP12 check-ins, we'll bake that into the budget adjustment. So, that's really bringing budget in some ways a bit early to council for consideration under those priorities.
Yeah, so I guess maybe I know that the request was for there to be additional budget days. And it's better to be over prepared than under prepared. But I'm also not sure if we'll need, like I'm inclined to support Councillor Knack's suggestion, just because I'm not sure that we're going to need an excessive amount of time for deliberation, since there's very little movement available outside of OP12, which would fall within council's sort of set priorities. And I don't expect you, city manager, to respond to that. But I see Councillor Knack is on the board, and I'm not, and maybe he can speak to in his comments, as he is sort of our working memory on council, how many days we took for deliberation in 2019. As I recall, the only it was more things that we had to cut because there was a really significant change in sort of the funding environment. But other than that, there was minimal adjustments. So I'll listen to more, but I might suggest, and maybe perhaps too optimistically, that we won't have a lot of need for deliberation.
Yeah, and I would just add, Councillor, to that, sure, that from a statutory public, non-statutory public hearing perspective, we haven't always done those in these budget adjustment years as well. So I think that's another consideration. They haven't always been done in fall budgets. So just something to think about as well.
Yeah, and it can be very timely. And I think something to consider is that it also raises the expectations of the community in terms of what's available for council to fund. And can as you've been tasked with OP12 can deter from some of those focus priority conversations. So that would be a risk too, I imagine.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So can you move the second round, please?
Yeah, I'll move the second round.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Knack, can you please move the motion?
Yeah, I think I'll just move, and sorry, I didn't write it down, but just a revised, that we accept the revised attachment 2, which would adjust the November 9th non-regular meeting to November 10th. And then it would shift the public hearing from November 14th to November 21st.
Can I just confirm you want that 9:30 to 5?
Yes, 9:30 to 5. And then we would just have 4 budget days instead of 5, and I can speak to that briefly.
Okay, so instead of 14th, the public hearing moves to, who's up there? 21st, right? Public hearing moves to 21st?
Correct.
Okay, then 4 days of budget deliberations. Okay, all right. And the 9th non-regular meeting moves to the 10th. Okay. Okay. We need a seconder?
Second.
Second.
Second, Council Wright or Rice? Right? Okay, okay. All right.
And then just very briefly, just to Councillor Hamilton's point, she was correct. In fact, I think the first year after the last 4-year cycle, we used 1 day. So, and I appreciate this council takes a different approach, and we might be a little more thorough than that. And there was some pretty extenuating circumstances that maybe only allowed that to be 1 day, but my guess is we wouldn't need 5 either. I feel it is a safe bet, and I might regret those words. Record it, timestamp this. I've jinxed it already, I realize, by speaking out loud, but I'm comfortable with this change.
But that's, I mean, it's council process. Council likes to ask questions, so that's good, right? So, yeah. Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
So just so I'm tracking, this one still has the non-stat public hearing for budget?
It does. The date moves from 14th to 21st.
Yeah, I have to agree with Councillor Hamilton on this one. I think that's setting up a lot of expectations with very little budget. I just imagined we would do those for the 4-year budget. I don't know. So I want to move, I think, to remove it.
Okay, you can make the amendment.
Yeah, I'm going to make the amendment.
So strike down non-stat public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Cardwell? Okay. All right, so here we are. We're going to vote on the, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
before we vote, can I just speak to this briefly?
No,
Do I
just
have a second?
can you explain your amendment, please?
Yeah, so I think it's important to recognize that like this is not stopping people from still providing feedback on budget to council and their councilors. I just also think that when we set up a public hearing process, it's with a level of influence that, not that we wouldn't want to hear that information, we just are really at a point where we do not have much money to be influenced. So I want to be really clear, because this is not a popular amendment that I'm doing here. So I'm trying to be clear about why. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Anyone else to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, please vote on the amendment first. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure, I, appreciate the thought. I won't be supporting the amendment, just because I think that even though there's not necessarily a lot of funding, we still have things like council contingency. I found that the public hearing process, non-stat public hearing process, brought forward some really, really great community-driven ideas that were generally, on the small scale of funding requests in many ways. And I think it's a good touch point to have more public dialogue about our budgeting process. So, appreciate the tension. I think, I understand the desire on both sides, but I lean towards keeping the public hearing in, and so will not be supporting the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
I think in the last budget, we gave a clear direction to administration where we made the investments and where we would make future investments because of OP12 direction, that's climate change, public transit, housing, core services, right? I think I love hearing from public, but in this case, I think we might be setting them up for disappointment, right? If people come and if they have different expectations for different outcomes, and we will be unable to deliver them because limited amount of money, but also very clear direction that has been already given to administration where to focus. I think that's the reason I think I would support not having a stat public hearing, just for purely that reason. People come to speak with council, and there are expectations that we will listen, which we do listen, but there's also expectation that we take action on what things they want us to do. And in this case, I don't think we'll have much room to do that, so we'll end up disappointing many people. That's my rationale. With that, I will take the chair back.
Yes, back
And
to you.
Councillor Knack to speak.
Yeah, I was just double checking because it appears we didn't do it a public hearing either 4 years, essentially after that point. So I think I'd done it because I thought we did, but I'm very much swayed by all of the other points. I mean, what purpose does that public hearing serve that wasn't already well communicated during our last public hearing last year that we don't already know? And so recognizing that it's not actually precedent for us to do it, not that we'd have to follow precedent, but I'm comfortable with actually removing that. So I realize I made the motion to put it in there, but I'm also equally happily just to strike it. Although then that, anyway, we'll worry about it. It's sort of attachment one, but a change in, anyway, but whatever, procedurally we'll leave it the way it is. Thank you.
We'll carry on for people to speak, right? That's what your desired process be, even though you're changing your mind, which is Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I was going to ask the question and Councillor Knack already answered the question. I was going to ask if this was typical practice, if that's what we've done in the past, and apparently it's not. So I will support his taking the Councillor Rutherford's suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
I'm coming at it a little bit differently here. I actually felt that oftentimes when we kind of run out of money and we start tapping into, say, the contingency fund, it actually creates a very unfair process for those who are able to make it in person into this chamber, and then they kind of get that ask, but there's so many groups out there who don't have that access. At the same time, so I really struggle with that. Not the last one, but the last few public hearing processes. But I think, in the last 4-year budget, we did come up with a motion that I think addresses some of that. At the same time, I'm always a big fan of public input into democratic processes, hence why I'm drawn to things like participatory budgeting, community-based budgeting, and I feel like creating the space for the public to have a say, maybe not necessarily on specific asks, budget asks, but I think just being able to create that environment, creating that opportunity, I think aligns with, some of these values that I very much believe in. So I won't be supporting this amendment, but I fully appreciate the practicality too that underlines this. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So with that, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford if she has further things to say to close.
No, nothing further.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So coming back to the Councillor Knack's motion. So does that mean, Councillor Knack, that we use 21st for budget deliberations?
Yeah, I would guess that that would leave us 5 days.
Yep.
I mean, I'd be tempted to shorten it, but for the sake of not, I'll keep it booked in the calendar.
Okay, okay. All right, so that's understood, right? Clerk Ward, that 21st will be City Council Budget Day instead of public hearing. So we have 5 days in a week. Right?
Yes, that's
Okay,
my
good.
understanding.
Okay,
Sorry.
please vote. 5 days of budget deliberation for starting 21st of November.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that deals with 7.6. Okay, 7.7 is dealt with, 7.8 is dealt with, 7.9 is dealt with, bylaws are dealt with. Now we are into our private reports. Okay,
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we go into private.
thank you. Need a seconder?
Second?
Councillor Principe, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you a few minutes to lock the doors and make sure only the right people are in the meeting.